We are scheduled today for review, permanency planning hearing, and a hearing on a petition for request of termination of parental rights of Aaron Schmidt as to the minor child concerned in this case. May I have the names of our participants, please?
Good morning, good afternoon. Ariel Berger here on behalf of the minor children as guardian ad litem.
This is Tasha Thomas, counsel for the department.
Caitlin Young, Department of Health and Human Services.
Michael Brooks, I represent Aaron Schmidt. Is Mr. Schmidt in the courtroom or online?
Have Aaron logged in. I don't see anybody else in the courtroom, but we do have an Aaron logged in.
Yes, Aaron Schmidt, representing Braden Schmidt. This is the father.
Thank you. All right. I should say for the record, we did have a sidebar before we came on record today. Any comments on that, Ms. Berger?
I don't think so, Your Honor. We had discussed possibly adjourning this to be held with mother's trial, but I don't believe that is necessary at this time. So we're asking to move forward today.
Ms. Thomas, any comments?
I agree with LJL. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks?
I guess I'm the odd man out. I don't agree. I think it's unusual to look at a termination of parental rights for one parent, not for the other, unless there's some really strange circumstances going on. So my opinion is we should adjourn this until decisions made with respect to where the department wants to go with the mother.
I would note for the record that the termination petition does indicate a request for termination of parental rights for mother and father. I'm not sure if that's been scheduled. I think it has been actually. 4/23/24 at 1:30 is when that one is scheduled. There was one issue that came up. There's a request for a second psychiatric or psychological evaluation in that one in an attempt to measure the benefits from the services that she did undertake. So just to clarify, there is a pending termination request filed for both parents.
Well, I don't think April 23rd, if that was the date, is very far off anyway. So I don't see any harm. The child, as I understand it, is living with my client's parents and has for quite some time. I don't see any immediate problem leaving status quo as it is.
Your position on the request on the motion to adjourn, Ms. Thomas.
Your Honor, I in part agree with Mr. Brooks that often we look at the permanency for the child, and termination is not permanency for the child. Adoption would be permanency for the child. Part of the issue with mom's case and asking for that second psychological evaluation is to determine whether this child could be reunified with the mother upon her release from incarceration. But as far as the department's concerned, we have put on our proofs in that hearing and are waiting for another psychological evaluation. This petition has been outstanding on both parents since September. Maybe not September. November, I'm sorry. So it's been more than 3 months, and we're well over our standard time frame, which I think we're supposed to have these within 42 days of being filed. So I would ask that we continue on the termination petition, and if not, then at least get the review portion done.
Your position, Ms. Berger?
Yes, Your Honor. I would request that we move forward with the termination today. They were scheduled at separate times due to availability of the attorneys, not for any other reason. So normally we would have started fathers at the last time we were here when we started mothers. However, we weren't able to schedule it that way. So this child has been in care for almost his entire life. And I think that he deserves permanency as soon as possible. And I think we need to move towards that goal now as quickly as we can. And we have the docket time today, so I would suggest that we continue on with that termination trial today.
Thank you. I can appreciate your point, Mr. Brooks, but the docket for the next couple of months is extremely tight. number one, and number two, I think we're gonna need the time that's been scheduled for Ms. Demansky's trial in April. I'm not convinced that we'd be able to get through both of them in a singular afternoon, which was also one of the reasons they were scheduled separately. And the petition has been pending since November 3rd, 2023, and I think it is in the interest of this child to begin to answer the question on permanency and stability. So for those reasons, I am going to deny the motion to adjourn. And we will have the termination proofs in conjunction with the review hearing that's been previously scheduled for this afternoon. Any other preliminary issues?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, Ms. Berger, I look forward to your report.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I've been able to visit with the minor child virtually during this reporting period. In person, I believe in November or December as well, and I've been in pretty constant contact with his caregivers. He is super tall for his age. I think he's in maybe the 97th percentile for height and weight. He is growing like a weed. His speech is coming along. He's finally fully transitioned into a toddler bed. He really enjoys water activities. So playing in the sink, playing in the tub, taking a bath, all of those fun things. He really enjoys those. But he's very bonded to these caregivers, and I think he sees them as his parents. He's been placed with them since an infant, and they've been the ones providing medical care, transportation back and forth with daycare. And he unfortunately is prone to being sick. He has struggled with that, I think, a lot with being in daycare, but I think he was just sick again a couple of days ago. So that's kind of an ongoing battle that he faces. But they have the ability to stay home with him if they need to, or to go pick him up from daycare, and flexibility in schedule with it, which I think is important. He's not seen either of his parents in quite some time. Father at one point was really doing well. He was completing services, he was engaged, he was visiting, and then all of a sudden he kind of dropped off the face of the earth and we didn't hear from him. And since then, the child has adjusted to his normal schedule being with his caregivers. He hasn't seen dad. Dad has not provided any support that I'm aware of. So at this time, I'm asking that we move towards permanency for him, and that the court enter the orders for termination.
Thank you. Testimony, Ms. Thomas.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Young can be sworn in.
Ms. Young, come on up for a witness stand.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes. Your full name, please.
Caitlin Young.
Thank you.
Ms. Young, how are you familiar with this matter?
I have been the foster care worker for this past year. So I've been working with this family for quite some time.
And today is in part of the hearing is inclusive of the review portion. Did you provide a court report for today's hearing?
I did, yes.
Okay. And in addition to the court report, are there any other documents that were circulated since your submission of the court report?
Yes, I did send out an email yesterday once I received the therapy information for Mr. Schmidt. So I sent a proof of service in that to everybody. And then today, right before I was coming over to court, Mr. Schmidt sent me a text with his signature on the case service plan. So I do have copies of that for everybody as well, including the courts.
Okay. Judge, may I ask the court and counsel if they have received the court report, the case service plan, and the counseling records?
Well, Your Honor, I have the case service plan, but it isn't signed by my client, so I will have to simply ask him if he signed it and sent it back.
That's the same one I believe I have, as well as the counseling records and the court report. Did you receive the counseling records, Mr. Brooks?
I did.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the court would be willing to receive a copy of the signature portion of the case service plan?
Well, Deputy Ames, would you swear in Mr. Schmidt for us just briefly so that Mr. Brooks could verify that, please? He's online.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, can you raise your right hand, sir, and let me know it's raised? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Brooks, go ahead.
Sir, have you heard the witness say that she today received a signed copy of your case service plan signed by you? Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
Is it an accurate statement?
Yes, that is true.
All right. I have no further questions and I have no objection to its entry.
Any questions for Mr. Schmidt, counselors?
No.
All right, thank you. And I will receive that. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Young, are there any updates or modifications that need to be made to those documents to the best of your knowledge?
Just at this time, I did confirm with the therapy agency prior to coming over here, because I noted on the therapy reports that they sent me was just simply the dates of when he was seen by Mr. Webb. And then there was some notes from 2021 that was included in there, but there was no like formal diagnosis or like treatment diagnosis that they were working under. So I was able to discuss with them briefly kind of what he was being seen for. So, but it's consistent with some of his other treatment that he was receiving in prior therapy. So it was an adjusted mood disorder with depression. So that was simply what they were seeing him for up through November of this year.
Okay. And have there been any other, to the best of your knowledge, any other counseling since November?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. And so during this last review period, how would you describe Mr. Schmidt's compliance and benefit from his case service plan?
At this time, just in partial compliance. So, we've had consistent communication, we've been in contact. Because of scheduling, we weren't able to do a whole lot of face-to-face contact, but we were trying to at least meet by phone or text. I've been able to send emails to him with the documents. But as far as the therapy, I am kind of concerned that he scheduled something in December and then didn't go. And there's been nothing since that November, I think either 13th or 16th, I believe is what it stated in the report. He hasn't been seen since then. So I don't know about discussing that with Mr. Schmidt as to why he wasn't completing that, but there's been nothing further beyond that. There's been no other services that he's participated to my knowledge.
It looks like reviewing the report that you provided, the last date he was seen, and based on this, it looks like December 7th, 2023. Does that seem about right?
That was a scheduled one, but he was not in attendance at that hearing. It notes on in the front of the document that a booked appointment means the appointment was made but could not have been a no-show, and checked out means he had an appointment and that he was seen. So,
okay. So that was the last scheduled one, and that's what you're referring to, he did not show. Okay,
right.
And to the best of your knowledge, has he provided any documentation to you that he is engaged in therapy elsewhere?
No.
Okay. As it relates to like the psychological, neuropsychological evaluation, he completed that in August of 2022. Do you know if he's completed any of the recommendations?
One of the recommendations was him to follow through with the counseling, but he's been very inconsistent throughout this entire case and consistently staying with one therapist. At one point, he was seeing Crystal Strickland out of Monroe County, and he was going there very briefly, and then that's when we were looking at potential reunification. He stopped visiting, he stopped communicating for a few months, and then just re-engaged in services around June, July of 2023. And that's when he enrolled in therapy with ACPC for Adrian counseling through telehealth. He was being seen up until about November, and then there's been no further appointments since then.
As relates to his housing, in the past, it's been appropriate. Does it remain appropriate at this time?
As far as, to the best of my knowledge, yes, he's still remaining in the same residence that I last seen him at. He was out in Albion. So
And has he provided proof of income?
Nothing recent, but we have discussed that previously, that he was still remaining at that same company. I don't have anything recent this reporting period from him showing continued proof of that income.
One of the comments that Ms. Berger made in her report indicated Mr. Schmidt has not provided for the child. Do you have any information on that point? Has he given the policeman like any financial resources or any material resources for the child?
To my knowledge, no, nothing recent. He does not have direct communication with his parents who have placement. We've just discussed that quite a bit over the last like 6 months. He feels very like hard to explain. He's kind of hurt. He's very distraught with some of the things that happened early on in the year. There was a lot of things that were said in a family team meeting. He kind of withdrew from wanting to participate and then trying to re-engage. And at that point, he was trying to make some lifestyle changes. He moved to a different area and with his now fiance. And he wants to remain, that communication strictly through the agency at this time. So.
When is the last time that Mr. Schmidt saw his child?
I believe the last scheduled visit was March 20th of 2023. And I think that was the last one that he participated in.
And that's 11 months ago. Has he asked what he needs to do to reinstate visits at all?
We've discussed that. We actually had a meeting with his attorney to try to discuss seeing if he could request to do supervised contact and what that would look like. We also talked about engaging in therapy services and then exploring any other possible resources in his community that he felt that would be beneficial to him. At that time, he was already engaged in therapy services. He was still kind of in denial as to the situation that brought the child into care, that he had any involvement in it. He didn't feel that it was fair to him, that he was not being able to see his child or to be able to have him back in his care. So there was a lot of emotion expressed by him. And myself and Mr. Brooks at that time during that meeting were trying to explain to him these were some of the things that occurred for that time period. There was no communication from him. You stopped visiting. We were ready to reunify with you. We had services put in place. You refused to cooperate with those services. And then you disengaged from everybody and everything related to this case. So, we had that long discussion, and since then, we've talked about continuing with therapy services, trying to maintain that. We understand visitation is suspended. We can't do anything about that. Alternative means to be able to communicate either through the agency, written contact, what can we do to try to at least have some sort of involvement in your son's life. But there hasn't been any written communication at all from Mr. Schmidt for his child.
And just for the record, when did you and Mr. Brooks have that conversation with Mr. Schmidt?
I don't know the exact date. I believe it was around November of 2023. It was a phone call. We did a meeting over the phone. Three-way call to discuss some of that.
Thank you. As it relates to parenting education, though, he did complete some of those services during this case, correct?
He did. Prior to me coming onto the case, he had just finished up a program through Orchards. And I believe it was about a 6-month, pretty in-depth parenting education program. Once he completed that, that was at that point we were looking at FRP services to reunify. It was just a matter of basically switching programs to their organization, but there was no communication or very little communication between him and the workers. They would set up dates to work with him, and he wouldn't be there, or he wouldn't communicate, hey, I have something came up, I'm not going to be home. So they would show up and it would be a no call, no show, unfortunately. But so he has completed some. Is there benefit? I can't say yes or no, because, you know, with the inconsistency since completing that program, it's really hard to say what kind of benefit that he did show from that.
And at this time, do you think that there would be a substantial risk of harm to the child's life or mental well-being if the court were to reunify the child with Mr. Schmidt today?
At this time, yes.
And can you just briefly elaborate what that risk of harm would be?
At this time, because he has not had a consistent contact with his child since, well, for about 11 months, this child is not familiar with that structure no longer. Like, he doesn't have that parenting time with him on a weekly basis. He's not able to familiarize himself with Mr. Schmidt. So at this time, you know, it would be a matter of he would need to be reintegrated with him in a supervised setting, moving forward, if that were to be the case. I mean, the child has been in care, as Ms. Berger had stated, almost his entire life. And we are here almost a little over 2 years into this case, and this child has not seen his dad for 11 months of that time. So at this time, it would be a risk of harm to return him.
The conditions that brought the child into care came from a half sibling of this child being physically abused. But Mr. Schmidt was not the alleged abuser in that case, correct?
He was a household member, but not the perpetrator, from my understanding. He was not the one who inflicted the injuries.
And so part of the concern was, I guess, his parenting ability. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you stated that when you had this conversation regarding parenting time or what can happen to get that reinstated, he still wasn't understanding his role in that. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay. As relates to the barriers to reunification, are there any other barriers that are in place other than the lack of bond, and sort of maybe this lack of insight as to why the child is in care?
A lot of it is inconsistency in his services. So the inconsistency in addressing the outline concerns that was in the psychological, the inconsistency not only with not being able to have contact, he, you know, for a time frame, he wouldn't even communicate with the agency. So there was a lot of concerns with his ability to be able to effectively communicate, his ability to be functioning through high stress situations. I mean, that was a very stressful time, and he disengaged. So at this time, some of those barriers really fall along the lines of the outline concerns and that psychological, with the depression, the anxiety, and social withdrawing, which is all very consistent in his lack of participation in the various services and continued attempts to be reunified.
One of the indication, or one of the notes in the psychological evaluation by Dr. Hagen indicates that Mr. Schmidt is at risk for further child abuse and neglectful tendencies, but that could be potentially due to a TBI dating back to 2014. Do you know if he's engaged in any services to address the TBI and how to, I guess, manage life while suffering from a traumatic brain injury?
Reading back into it and kind of taking a look at when that happened, because that happened about 10 years ago, he did seek treatment. It was inpatient treatment, from my understanding. It was very intensive, and it helped to essentially retrain his brain so that way he would be able to function in more of these like high stressor situations, and be able to really be really independent and everything back in the community, because it was a traumatic brain injury. So with that, you know, his impulse control was affected. His ability really to be an effective parent full time was highly effective, and showing in his inconsistency in all of these areas, with his service providers, with the communication with the department, with communication with the courts, his parents, and so forth. He also doesn't have, from my understanding, little to no contact with his other children, with his first wife, one of which was the child that was sustained the injuries. So, you know, there's been a lot of the impulse decisions. You know, he up and left his place here in this county and moved to another county with someone who he was just learning to get to know. He's now since engaged. We were just informed today before the hearing too, that he also has another child on the way. So, you know, there's a lot of concerns, a lot of barriers, a lot of inconsistencies with that falls along the lines that stems from, we believe, from this traumatic brain injury.
In part of my question, we moved to best interest factors for the child. I think it's been stated a few times today that this child has been in care for nearly his entire life. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
Child's now 2.5.
He will be 3 in March.
Okay. Maybe we have his birthday wrong on here then.
Let me double check, because I thought I had it right. Apologies, I do not have his date of birth right on here. But he would be turning 3 this year.
Okay. So he was removed, if his birthday's in August, he was removed when he was about 6 months old.
Correct.
Okay. And since then, he's been in one home since that removal, correct?
That is correct.
And out of the last 2 years, he hasn't seen Mr. Schmidt in one.
Approximately.
How would you describe that bond between the child and Mr. Schmidt?
Currently, I mean, I don't believe that there would be an effective bond. He hasn't seen him in 11 months. I mean, I think prior to not seeing him, I think their bond was, you know, he had a good bond with him. He was doing unsupervised visits. He had, you know, that decent time with Mr. Schmidt. They had a good relationship with placement. And then once that contact severed, I mean, he has not seen or heard or had any involvement with his son. So there, at this time, there wouldn't be that parent-child bond that we'd be assessing.
Since the child has been in care, has all of his needs been met?
They have, yes.
And has this child thrived with stability since not having parenting time with his parents?
He has been thriving where he's at.
Prior to that, and I don't know if you're the caseworker then, but when he was having parenting time with his parents, were there any concerns about his behaviors after or before parenting time?
Not that I can recall. There was a couple of months after I took over the case where there were still consistent parenting times. I don't recall really any negative behaviors that the child was exhibiting.
Okay. Does the foster, or I'm sorry, the relative placement, do they support sibling visits with the child? The child has half siblings from both mom and dad, correct?
Yes.
And do they offer support in trying to engage with those other siblings?
They do, yes.
And will the current relative placements provide permanency through adoption if this child's ever freed for adoption?
Yes, they would.
And one of the things the court must consider is that the fact that this is a relative placement and this is a paternal relative placement. And do you have an opinion as to why that does not weigh against termination in this case?
Well, at this time, I mean, in speaking with a relative, their wishes are to be able to adopt, to be able to provide that permanency and stability that they would not necessarily be able to provide to him in any other permanency plan. He's still pretty young to do like a guardianship. If they were to reunify, I mean, it would be a significant amount of time before reunification would even be able to be considered due to the lapse in time that the child has not been able to engage in any parenting time with either parent. So at this time, my opinion would be that he would need to have that permanency, and with him being in care for almost his entire life, this is the only home that he's really known and he's used to and bonded with.
And even though this is the paternal relative, earlier in testimony, you stated that there's right now not a good relationship between Mr. Schmidt and his parents, correct?
That is correct.
and they're not communicating.
To the best of my knowledge, no, they're not in any communication.
So Mr. Schmidt doesn't have the opportunity or doesn't take advantage of any of these special arrangements that could exist, such as coming over for Sunday dinners, celebrating holidays together, any of those things?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like the court to know or consider today as it makes its findings for the review hearing, permanency planning, or for the termination?
I think just a couple of things that I've noted from my home visits with the minor child. I've had some discussion with the placement about some different situations that they've been in with the minor child. There was one incident where, I mean, as Ms. Berger stated, he loves water. He had finished dinner, got in the bath, getting ready for bed, and he ended up choking on water. And it was a very stressful, high intense situation where paramedics had to be called in. CPR was being done because he wasn't breathing. So, you know, it's hard to say like how either of the parents would handle that situation. The parents, the grandparents, and speaking to them, I mean, they worked together as a team. They were able to, you know, one was on the phone with paramedics to make sure that, you know, they were doing the proper steps as far as the CPR. The other parent, grandparent was in there performing the CPR, making sure that his airway was being cleared and he was back breathing, making sure that he was all right. And then there was another incident shortly after that where he was down for a nap, I believe. And with him being in his toddler bed, he has a little bit more free reign in his room. He had woken up, had soiled his diaper or feces and spread it everywhere. You know, so another, you know, highly stressful situation where there was literally feces all over the room, including all up and down his arms, his body. Thankfully, you know, the bathroom is right next to his bedroom, so they're able to, you know, put him right in the bathtub, get him cleaned up. But again, like I said, this is another very stressful situation. It's hard to say how Mr. Schmidt or Ms. Demansky would have handled that. You know, with it being as severe as either one of those things were. I mean, there was a lot of cleaning up, a lot of, you know, scrubbing carpets, cleaning up the beds, the walls, the blankets, the pillows, stuffed animals, everything, you know, everything needed to be done as quickly as possible because of the smell. You know, so it's really hard to say how either one of them would have handled that situation, especially with that being that highly stressful situation. So, but I like I said, I did commend the foster parents on how they handled that. They, you know, they're a very good team, working together in handling not just that, but also other like really good situations with this child. And, you know, he's very loved, he's very cared for. He doesn't have a need that goes unmet by far. They are a licensed foster parent, so they are aware of the protocol with, you know, any type of discipline, you know, how to maintain their home as far as licensing standards. So, you know, they're very well equipped to handling these situations. And have a very good support through not only our agency, but also the agency that they're licensed through. At one point, they did have a very good line of communication with Mr. Schmidt. And then at one point, they, you know, following a meeting and some allegations, it just, that line of communication was severed at that point. So, you know, at this time, you know, we asked that we can move forward and continue with this process towards adoption.
Thank you. I have no further questions. No to admit the court report with the attachments. Thank you.
Objections, Mr. Brooks? Oh, you'll have to unmute, sorry.
No, Your Honor. No
No
objection.
Thank you. The court report and the medical records are received, as well as the case services plan. Questions for this witness, Mr. Brooks?
You mentioned that, let me find it here. He doesn't understand his role in the abuse of this child. Was that your testimony?
I think there is some question in his ability to understand that. I mean, there's times where he gets very frustrated and doesn't understand as to why the child was brought into care or why he's not able to have the child in his care. So yes, there is some question as far as his ability to understand the severity of why we are here today.
but he really didn't have any role in the incident, did he?
I couldn't say for sure. I mean, there was some inconsistency as to that CPS investigation when they were interviewing both parties, and then the minor children that were able to have an assessment. So I don't know if he necessarily was a part of physically abusing that minor child, but he has a role as a household member, an adult, a parent to that minor child that was injured.
Well, at the time it occurred, according to police reports, he was at work, wasn't he?
From my understanding, yes. I think the follow-up, following when he got home from work and, you know, when the child was observed at school the next day, there was some question as to why, you know, he was not observing that child himself before that child went to school. So there is some question in regards to that. And so I think he has a role in it, but not to the extent mom did.
Okay. When was the last time he had contact with his son?
March 20th of 2023 was the last scheduled parenting time that he had with the minor child.
And we're here on March 16th, 2024, right?
February.
Oh, I'm sorry, February 16th. So 11 months.
Correct.
And his father was a strong supporter of his early on in this case, was he not?
His stepdad and mom, they were both very supportive,
His
and they have
stepdad.
been this entire time. But I'm that middle person in the communication between Mr. Schmidt and his parents at this time.
So something has changed in that relationship, right?
Correct.
Do you know what?
Well, we had a family team meeting a while back, I want to say it was around that March 20th timeframe. While we were in that family team meeting, I mean, there was a lot of concerns that were expressed by not only our agency, but also his parents, some things that, you know, really fall under the lines of concerns being unsupervised with a minor child. There were some reports that he was being around some individuals who were not really safe for not only Aaron to be around, but also the minor child to be around. So there were some safety factors, and we had police reports that supported that, that safety factor. There were also, you know, and I don't know exactly what else was said between them following that meeting, but I know there was just, you know, a lot of emotions kind of that followed that. I mean, Mr. Schmidt didn't really agree with everything that was being said, and he just felt like he was being attacked and that he wasn't being supported in that moment. We were trying to be as supportive as we could, trying to kind of get to the bottom of what the concerns were. And at that point, we were recommending to try to do some supervised visits again. So that way we can look into things further. You know, if there were continued safety factors, we wanted to address that and make sure, you know, the minor child was not put into an unsafe situation in an unsupervised setting. So, you know, we're taking a look at it, covering all grounds at that point.
Now, you've indicated that basically he has been a no-show for the better part of a year. Is that an accurate summary of what you said?
Not necessarily a no-show for everything. He has had a lot of inconsistencies. I wouldn't say necessarily a no-show. There were some inconsistency as far as his therapies previous to where he's at now, where they would have, you know, some sessions sporadically and then, you know, no communication for a significant amount of time, where he then was discharged from that service. The same thing was for FRP back early of this last year. He would set up appointments and then he wouldn't be there for those set appointments. So, you know, again, that inconsistency of any form of communication. And then, you know, he just stopped communicating with anybody for about 2 months approximately. So when he started therapy back up, he was consistent for a short time, missed, and I don't know the extent of why a visit or the therapy session was canceled, but then he had a few more sessions and then no more since then. So, I mean, there is concern with that inconsistency, yes.
Where does he live? And I don't mean the address, but what town?
He's currently in Albion, Michigan, from my understanding.
Albion. Has he expressed to you any issues with transportation to get to his various and sundry programs?
No, his therapy sessions are telehealth, so it's all virtual. It's not a face-to-face session.
Do you know if he has a computer or a phone that would allow him to take advantage of that?
Yes,
He does have that.
he does, yes.
When did the court suspend all visitation with the boy and his father? Do you
I
recall?
think a motion was filed around, I think, May 26th or 27th of 2023.
So from essentially June 1st on, he's been prohibited to visit with his son. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So for 6 or 7 of those 11 months, he just flat out not been allowed to see his child. Is that right?
Per a motion, yes, but we discussed steps that he could take to show that he wanted to be involved in his child's life. And he tried to do some therapy sessions, but that was the extent of his participation in anything in regards to that reunification process.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Berger, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. Well, maybe I should check with Ms. Thomas on redirect.
I have none, thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. We return your seat. Other witness testimony today, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
Mr. Schmidt, would you like to testify?
No.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Okay. You have to be sworn in.
It's already been sworn in.
Oh,
Yes.
that's right.
That's it. Mr. Schmidt, you've already been sworn. I'll just remind you, you remain under oath.
Okay.
You've heard the testimony of the worker, Caitlin Young, have you not?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything she said you disagree with?
I disagree for the fact that I have been trying to find ways to move forward into my absence. When I left flat I left flat from the earth or disappeared for months, and I've been asking questions to the case service, Caitlin. What do I do? What am I up?
Okay, you're really cutting in and out. I'm not getting maybe even every other word on this end. So
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. Maybe you could try to move in closer to the microphone and try again.
Okay. Is this better?
It is, yeah.
Sorry about that. So when I disappeared in those few months and then I tried to come back and move forward, I have tried to been engaged more by asking Caitlin, my case service worker, what do I need to do to move forward in this and to do better for Braden, to show that I am more motivated for Braden and to just do the best that I can for him. And at the time, the only thing I had to complete was my counseling. So I've been doing that ever since, trying to show more effort to showing what I need to engage in since then.
What is the counseling you've been engaged in?
So his name is Nate Webb, and we talk about my emotions and how to handle them. Talking about how things are going in life, how I'm handling my situation with Braden, where do I need to go and get him back, and talk about everything.
How often do you see this counselor?
About once a week, once a month.
What big difference between once a week and once a month? Which is it?
So it's normally once a week, and then he had getting married this month, so we waited out. But it's normally once a week. The normal is once a week.
And how often or how long has that been going on?
It's been going on since November.
Of 23?
Yes, sir.
Is he someone local over where you live, or is he on online counseling?
He's from Adrian, but we do online telegraph.
Okay. Are there any other things that you're doing to benefit yourself in this matter?
Just
Well, let me help you out. Are you working?
yes.
Where do you work?
So I work at Denzel Manufacturing. I've been there for almost a year.
All right. What are your hours there?
I work about 70 hours a week.
70?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Have you contributed anything financially for your son's care?
I have not.
Can you tell us why?
I have not been able to engage with him.
Well, he's only 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you been able to engage with his caregivers? I understand that is your mother and her husband. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And we have not uh, engaged or talked.
What's the problem?
Just have some personal issues with them. I just didn't agree with, so we just moved forward and haven't talked to him since. So
Well, you do understand that in order to have a relationship presently with your son, you have to go through the DHHS and his caregivers, right?
yes, sir. And I would treat that with respect and just be mature about things and not. If I was ever to have visitation with my son, me and my mom have nothing to do with Braden. Like with our personal issues. It's all about Braden, take care of him, and getting along with my mom for Braden at that point, or along with my stepdad at that point. My personal issues will not affect with co-parenting or anything personal with Braden.
Okay. Have you made attempts to to reintroduce or begin having contact again? Have you tried to get something done about this court order?
Yes, sir.
What have you done?
I've been talking to Caitlin, my case service plan, to see what do I need to do to move forward and to move forward into the reunification with my son. And so
When? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
And so doing these plans was the option at that point.
When's the last time you made an attempt like that?
Um, I want to say when we had that meeting, me and you, to move forward. And ever since, I've been doing my counseling and engaging into my plans as I need to and be more motivated as a father.
Okay. Okay. If there were other things in that case service plan to do, are you willing to do them?
Yes, sir.
Probably on these telehealth programs, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you taking any medications at this point in time?
No, sir.
Are you supposed to be?
No, sir.
They mentioned you have a traumatic brain injury. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir. That happened when I was 19.
How old are you now?
I'm 29.
10 years ago. Are you aware of what limitations, if any, that injury is causing you?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
My emotions. So I've learned from when I went to rehab for a year in the beginning of my accident how to control my emotions and how to all these skills of emotions and how to handle things more properly. And then also, while through these services, also in my parenting classes, they have taught me to find different ways into um, being more engaged with Braden and being more how to do things more appropriate and be more teach him the skills that he needs to learn through my parenting classes and counseling and looking for guidance. So recognizing when I need to do something for Braden or when he does something bad or seems bad at his age to understand that, the appropriate of what he knows at his age and knowing how to discipline and knowing how to teach him right and wrong.
Well, you have not personally been involved or even accused of, how would I put this, any inappropriate corporal punishment of your son, have you?
No, sir.
What would you like to see the court do here today?
To move forward and if a possibility to have reunification with my son. I know it's a lot to ask, but I think I owe it to him to show that he still needs a father. And I think that it would be best for him in the long term, to know more of me, to be more comfortable with me, and to just know me.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the court?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination, Ms. Thomas?
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Schmidt, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
You might want to move that mic in just in case.
Mr. Schmidt, you mentioned that you have been in therapy since November with Mr. Webb.
Yes.
The medical reports that we have indicate that therapy started back in July.
So it started in July, and then he had some things going on, and so we had to reschedule. And so I've been attending to my appointments. I went back to November with him after his vacation and stuff like that.
These reports indicate that you had essentially monthly, bi-weekly appointments with him. And then your last one was scheduled for December 7th and you haven't been back. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
So he's been on vacation for 2 months?
Yes.
In your parenting classes that you just testified about what you learned, did you learn anything about what it might be like for a 2 or 3-year-old to not see a parent for a year at a time?
So in my parents' time, my parenting classes, they've taught me to, we've talked about, I've asked questions about, it's been a while since I've seen my other kids. So I would like to know how to get them more comfortable with me, because it's been a while since I've seen them too. And unfortunately, I'm not able to see them until this case is closed. It's been a long and rough process, but we've talked about also in my counseling, how to deal with um, getting them to be more comfortable in seeing me and to my environment. So I've talked to counselors on how to, and my parenting class teachers on how to properly be reunified with my kids when I see them again, because it's going to be hard. There's going to be a lot of crying. There's going to be a lot of emotions. So to answer your question, yes, I have.
So what might it be like for a 3-year-old to be reintroduced to you who hasn't seen you in a year?
So there's going to be a lot of not being used to me. He's not gonna know me. He's not gonna see me as his dad. He's gonna be more towards my mom, my dad, because that's what he's more comfortable with. But from what I've been taught and for the techniques I've learned, just to let him know that he is safe and secure with me, and just to let him know like he can be in a loving, warmth environment here too. Just to let him know like things will be okay, and to work with him and be patient with him, and just to keep working towards our relationship or building one.
Do you think it's fair for your child to wait 2 years for you to be ready to parent him?
I don't think it's fair for anybody to go through the time that we've missed and the years that we've missed. So no, I don't think it's fair for anybody.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Berger?
No questions.
All right. Anyone else you'd like us to hear from, Mr. Brooks?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Berger, any witnesses today?
Not today.
Very well. Argument, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. As relates to the review hearing, we ask that this court find reasonable efforts towards reunification continue to be made despite the goal being adoption, but we also ask the court to find reasonable efforts towards adoption were being made during this review period as well. We are not asking for another review period because we are asking this court to determine adoption remains the best permanency goal for this child, and that termination of parental rights is appropriate at this time. Although I did not plead in the petition, I would ask this court to consider termination under statutory grounds of MCL 712A.19B3, subparagraph A2, which is that the parent has deserted the child for 91 or more days and has failed to seek custody of the child. I think that's pretty clear in this case that we've had a father who had disappeared for a while. Parenting time was suspended. He did not try to engage in anything to object to that order to spend parenting time. He didn't avail himself of services. This court has the record from the last 2 years about how inconsistent he has been, and really how this last year derailed that progress. And I think that speaks to subsection C1 or CI, that Mr. Schmidt has been a respondent for more than 182 days, has been a respondent, and it's been more than 182 days since he was entered into his initial dispositional order, and that the conditions that led to adjudication continue to exist, which were the failure to protect and improper supervision. Again, today we're hearing testimony that he didn't have any, or this idea that he didn't have anything to do with the child's half-brother's physical abuse, but the real condition there was the failure to safely parent. And to this day, we still don't have any proof that he can do that. And actually kind of the status quo that he hasn't, despite being engaged in services early on, hasn't demonstrated any benefit from them in the last year. And that's not the caseworker's fault or anyone else's fault other than the parent who has the responsibility to engage in services and show benefit from them. Given that this child has been in care for 2 years, I don't think it's appropriate to ask this child to wait another year for there to be sufficient compliance with the case service plan to show benefit from it and then to be reintroduced to this individual. I also think that there's clear and convincing evidence under subsection J, the reasonable likelihood based on the conduct or capacity of the child's parent, Mr. Schmidt, that the child would be harmed if returned to him. We heard today how, I guess we were reminded of the inconsistency that Mr. Schmidt has had throughout this case, how this child is thriving with his relative placement. This child has been pretty sickly throughout this case, as we all are aware. In the relative placement, they've done what they've needed to do to safeguard this child and make him healthy. One of the things that we enjoy hearing is how well he's developing, how big he's growing and how fast he's growing. So for those reasons, I believe that there are grounds, at least one ground, under the statute to terminate Mr. Schmidt's parental rights, and also that it is in the child's best interest to do so. This court must find by preponderance of the evidence, for the record as a whole, that is the case. And I think that this court is very aware of the facts of this case. And I'm not going to belabor the point, other than just to note that although this is a relative placement, the parent has not been able to benefit from that relationship. We've heard that there's been a breakdown in that in the last year. They don't communicate. Mr. Schmidt now claims that he could co-parent with them, but he's had a whole year to attempt to demonstrate that and has failed to do so. This child deserves permanency and stability. Given his young age, he is in a home that is willing to provide him that permanency. It meets his needs. They give him age-appropriate activities. They're able to respond to stressful situations without becoming derailed, without detaching from the world around them. And they encourage that relationship between him and his other half siblings. So I believe for those reasons, it would be in the child's best interest to terminate Mr. Schmidt's parental rights. At this time, I know that there's the question about whether guardianship would be appropriate, given the progress that the mother made in this matter. But that question remains unanswered at this time, as we are still waiting for the proof on that. And despite that, we would ask the court to still move forward with the termination so that this child can experience permanency one way or another and be safeguarded from any further harm that a relationship with Mr. Schmidt might cause. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks?
I find it hard to understand how the DHHS can say that terminating my client's parental rights furthers their cause of creating permanency for this boy, when at the same time, they say they're not at all sure that they're going to try to terminate the parental rights of the mother whose actions brought us to this case initially. And now maybe we still got to decide whether there should be a guardianship there. It's convenient for them to say my client has a role because he should have followed up in a different manner, and maybe they're right. But I think it's a little strong to say he played a role in the abuse of this child. My client has a TBI. Everybody agrees with that, including my client. And I think once the court issued its order, I don't know, in June, I guess, of last year, saying he was prohibited from visiting with his child because he wasn't visiting regularly, I think at that point, I think the DHHS gave up any pretense of making reasonable efforts to reunite this child with his dad. Now, ordinarily, absent the issue of this diagnosis of his brain injury, I would have very little sympathy with the parent. Given whatever the heck is going on in his head, I think some slack should still be given to him to get reacquainted with his son and see if perhaps something can be done to get them back on the same track. Why? Because I don't know what his limitations are. Maybe his limitations are such that he can't. But I think the trigger was pulled on this man pretty darn quick. And I really don't think they have made reasonable, they being the DHHS, has made the reasonable efforts to reunite this man with his son. And I'm still concerned about the fact they say my client played a role in injuring this boy when clearly he didn't. He had no role other than his mental limitations, which I think is a rather strongly phrased idea of what his role in this was. And I think you should allow him. And the other thing is, you may, or the court may or may not, depending on what's advocated by DHHS later down the road, not even terminate the mother. May just grant a guardianship, when in fact it was her behavior which generated this whole thing in the first place. She pled guilty to, I think, second-degree child abuse. Nobody even charged my client with that. Nobody ever accused him of anything like that. Yet they're still considering maybe letting a guardianship be put into place. So I fail to see, one, how there's any, by terminating my client's parental rights, how it can be said that they are advancing the goal of permanency for the boy. They are not. Two, when they say they've used reasonable efforts to re-engage my client, given his limitations, they have not. And for those two reasons, I'm asking the court to deny the motion for termination.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Berger?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I think it's been testified to pretty clearly today that there doesn't exist a bond between this child and his father at this point. It's been almost a year since they've had any communication or any contact, and that's solely the father's choice, decision, and fault. He was thoroughly engaged. He was actively engaged. I think that at one point I might have recommended reunification. We were getting ready to start reunification FRP classes. And at that point, father, for some reason, just kind of dropped off the face of the earth. And I don't think the agency is pulling this case too soon. I think we're almost timed out, actually. This father has had so much time to complete services, and he did complete a lot of services, but he was unable to maintain stability throughout this case. He completed what he needed to complete, got up to the point of reunification, fell through, and then couldn't fully engage again to the level in which he was previously at all for the last year almost. This child is young. He does need stability. He's been enjoying that for the last several months in the sole care of his caregivers. Whether or not mom's rights are terminated, I don't think have any bearing on if the statutory criteria have been met in this case, and I think they have. I do think that it's in the child's best interest and that it does support termination of this parent's rights. Obviously, this child is quite young and can't express his wishes, but from how he acts and how his behaviors have changed since he hasn't had any visits with any of his parents, I would say that he also is in support of this. there's a very high likelihood that he's adopted. His current placement, our licensed foster, is a licensed foster home already. So we don't even have to wait for licensing to go through. And they facilitate things like extended family visits, sibling visitation. They've been able to arrange birthday parties and all sorts of things where they invite extended family, where they make sure that this child's siblings still get to be involved in his life and he and theirs. So I think that he's in the best place for him. He's being cared for by the best people to do so, and that the petition should be granted.
Thank you. The court finds that all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's termination hearing. I do find that reasonable efforts towards the goal of adoption have been made with the secondary goal of reunification by our caseworker, as well as Ms. Berger in satisfaction of her obligations. Thank you.
Thank you.
For further purposes of the review, I would note that the secondary goal of the reunification between this child and a parent, there are efforts that were demonstrated towards that secondary goal as well. There was a lot of conversation today about a meeting that was held with Caitlin and Mr. Brooks and Mr. Schmidt in November. And we never nailed down exactly when that happened. But given that the termination petition was November 3rd, 2023, my guess would be that it would be sometime after that if it happened in November. That seemed to be the onus for Mr. Schmidt to re-engage in some counseling services. But by December 3rd, he had abandoned those efforts, as well as any efforts to reconnect really with the department or his child. And those really are the only efforts that we've seen from him since he had a very significant incident happen in February of 2023. So I cannot find that any efforts were made by, or any real efforts that would result in progress were made by Mr. Schmidt in the areas that constitute high risk in this case in the last review period. And that is very consistent with what we've seen since March of 2023 from Mr. Schmidt. So for purposes of the review, the department has certainly satisfied their obligations, and the permanency planning goal of adoption, it continues to be accurate. Ms. Demansky remains incarcerated. She was not present for purposes of today's review hearing, but it's clear from the court report that nothing has really changed on that front. We just had a very recent review that encompassed looking at her progress as well. So entering the review order from today has no detrimental effect on her case as well. She's going to be in a holding pattern until we get back, with the exception of hopefully being able to access that psychological evaluation. So I will issue that review order documenting those pieces. And as I look at that evidence also, or the evidence that came out today and the case as a whole for purposes of termination, I of course have a couple of statutes to evaluate on this point. A termination of parental rights hearing is really, the court has to make findings in two phases. The first is to determine whether there's clear and convincing evidence to support statutory grounds for termination of parental rights. The second is to determine if it is in the child's best interest to terminate those parental rights. The department has asked the court to evaluate the case under 712A.19B3A II, in addition to evaluation under 3CI. And I do find that that's appropriate. I also think that the evaluation under subsection J is also relevant. So I will have it, well, actually also G and J, frankly, all apply in this particular case. And I'll go through those one by one, but I do think that there's clear and convincing evidence in this case that there has been a violation of this statute to justify termination of the parental rights of Mr. Schmidt. Beginning in order that the statute asks me to look at them, 712A.19B3A II asks the court to determine whether or not this child has been abandoned for a period of 91 days or more. Let me grab the actual language, one moment. Most updated section here. Here we are. Child has been deserted under either of the following circumstances. II indicates the child's parent has deserted the child for 91 or more days and has not sought custody of the child during that period. Back in February of 2023, it appears, and we have documentation of this through the subsequent documentation in the court reports, that a very serious incident happened involving Mr. Schmidt. At the hearing in January was when high hopes were, well, when hopes were up. We had just named officially Mr. Schmidt, the legal father of the child. In January, he was fully engaged at the February hearing, making his way through services, as Ms. Berger referenced, but then it would appear in February, which triggered, by the way, some testimony about this from the grandparent of the child to come forward. But it looks like what happened was there was a very serious car accident where Mr. Schmidt was intoxicated. He had relapsed using maybe some substances. This is what we knew at the time based on the testimony that we had from the grandfather, and that he had lost touch with the department as well in February. So by April, we have a demonstration that Mr. Schmidt was less engaged than more engaged, even in the very first review period, even though he had made exemplary progress immediately in his services and looked on track for reunification. That particular incident happened. He did not join us for the April hearing, and the court did suspend his parental rights based on the allegations of how dangerous that had been at that time. Then in the next review hearing, in July of 2023, Mr. Schmidt had remained disengaged. We didn't really talk about him much, other than to say that he had not been engaged and had not been in communication with the department. And at that point alone, we were nearly at 91 days of abandonment. The court had not suspended his parenting time during that particular review hearing. I just looked at the orders to make sure of that, but rather issued a recommendation that a counselor should weigh in on any parenting time that was issued for Mr. Schmidt, which didn't matter because he wasn't asking for it. The question the statute asks is whether or not he has abandoned the child, not whether or not the department has abandoned the parent. And despite Ms. Young's efforts to reengage Mr. Schmidt, he remained at that point in time, which is at least 5 months at that point, disengaged in all respects, including parenting time and visitation for his child by his own decision, not just simply because the court had issued that order suspending his visitation in April. And then, of course, you have the opportunity for him to request that counselor and visitation between July and September, which was our next review period. Again, he remained largely unaccounted for, off the radar, etc. In September 5th, 2023. Oh, you know what? I do want to visit this. He did appear at that July 18th, 2023 hearing. I do recall this actually, and he testified that he had denied that he had been intoxicated during the car accident, causing the court to raise some pretty significant questions about that. And then in September, part of the exhibits that were received into the record was the 2/24/23 Blissfield police report, documenting that unfortunately what Mr. Schmidt had tried to say happened at the last review hearing was incredible. The testimony of the grandfather from the initial hearing and combined with review of the police report does substantiate that in that February incident, Aaron Schmidt was found to be highly intoxicated during police contact around the car accident and a car theft. So he had maintained appropriate housing through there. His last visit was March 20th, 2023, wherein he had made comments indicating he was stepping away, didn't wish to hear from the caseworker. And by his own testimony today, he confirmed that he had been significantly absent from his child's life. So I think with all of those pieces of information, we do have clear and convincing evidence by his own testimony given today that he had abandoned the child for a period of 91 days or more, making termination appropriate under MCL 7128.19B3A subsection II. The next subsection, or the next section to consider would be the 3CII. That specific language asks the court to review whether or not a parent was a respondent in a proceeding brought under the chapter, which he was, whether or not 182 or more days have elapsed since the issuance of the initial dispositional order, and the court, by clear and convincing evidence, finds that the conditions that led to the adjudication continue to exist, and there is no reasonable likelihood that the conditions would be rectified within a reasonable time considering the child's age. This is the one where Mr. Brooks's comments are very salient. However, as I look at the case, I see a situation at the outset wherein Mr. Schmidt was heavily reliant on Bailey Demansky, arguably to the point that he was not very involved in the child care at all, which perhaps was a contributing factor. She, of course, did plead guilty to child abuse at that time. In subsequent hearings, she's shared with us as part of her rehabilitation efforts how stressful it was to care for the high number of children that were in the home at that time. We heard then about how many hours Mr. Schmidt worked, as we did here today. So arguably, Mr. Schmidt's most involved time was the month or two during which he was engaged in services. And when I say involved, I mean arguably involved in his child's life whatsoever. It would appear from my perspective, frankly, that he's not been very well engaged as a parent before or since adjudication, with the exception of that short time frame during which we all frankly had high hopes that he would remain engaged and be able to be an appropriate and safe parent for his child. So that aspect of the neglect, as well as the need for counseling to understand how that could impact a child, how the abuse impacted the child, how to avoid dynamics like that in the future, were all part of the case services plan that were designed for Mr. Schmidt. He did engage in services around those, but then with his significant incident in February and subsequent complete disengagement from services, with the exception that I've explored today around some counseling that happened in November, certainly we do have a demonstration that there was no benefit from those services, and that the issues that were identified at the outset of this case remain barriers for Mr. Schmidt. There's no reasonable likelihood that those could be rectified within a reasonable time considering the child's age, regardless of the suspension of parental rights that was reflected in orders arguably from September onward. And that's because we've heard Ms. Caitlin Young testify more than once about her efforts to try to reach out and engage Mr. Schmidt, and his declination to do so. There's no reason to think that that would change in the future, frankly. Even after a meeting with Mr. Brooks and Ms. Young in November, he has continued to avoid any additional services for the most part, and has not sought a way forward on visitation. So I think there's clear and convincing evidence under that particular section as well. Under subsection G, the court looks at whether or not the parent, although in the court's discretion, financially able to do so, fails to provide proper care or custody for the child. And there's no reasonable expectation that the parent would be able to provide proper care and custody within a reasonable time considering the child's age. Part of this, I always look at housing, which he has maintained appropriate housing to the best of the information that we've had during the reviews that we've been able to see that, as well as employment, if not constant, then at least significant at times, including today. Despite that 80-hour work week and the significant amount of hours he was working at the outset of the case, I've never heard any testimony, including up until today, that he has provided financially for his child. And he certainly has demonstrated quite concretely that he does have the financial ability to do that. He explained today that that was because he wasn't allowed to see his son, as if the child simply didn't exist if he wasn't there to see him. Unfortunately, that's not how that works. His child has needs on a daily basis that are being met right now by his parents, the relative placement, as well as the department. So I think there's clear and convincing evidence under this provision as well. And he's demonstrated over the course of these proceedings that he's not going to provide financially, and I find that that supports further that there's no reasonable expectation that he would be able to provide proper care and custody or support within a reasonable time, considering the child's age. Under subsection J, there is a reasonable likelihood based on the conduct or capacity of the child's parent that the child would be harmed if the child is returned to the home of the parent. I also find clear and convincing evidence here. And I think this one is the easiest one to see how the evidence all fits together. There is a serious risk of harm in turning over a child to a parent who wants to, needs to, has turned a blind eye to physical abuse in the home. To a parent who can demonstrate that he has some parenting abilities, but disappeared for a very significant period of time from this child's life, continues to be arguably disappeared, and that is a huge risk to this child if I were to return him to the care of his father. I have no intention of leaving this child in a situation where he could be physically abused, neglected, or abandoned at any point in time without any warning, even under the circumstances where he has the supervision of the department, the support of his relatives, and his attorney. So for all those reasons, termination is warranted under the statute. As it relates to the best interest determination, that has to be viewed as far as whether or not there's a preponderance of the evidence that this is in the child's best interest. Clearly, the relatives have provided for this child. The grandparents have taken care of the child. This is a relative placement, which under the law lends support to giving Mr. Schmidt additional time and opportunity, neither of which he's taken advantage of. This child's been in care for, I think, arguably nearly 2 years. 3/26/22 is when he was removed, and we're coming up on, unfortunately, on the anniversary of that. So he certainly has had an extended period of time to take advantage of that opportunity. Unfortunately, what happened was a fallout, similar, I think, in many ways to the abandonment of his child, was the abandonment of his relationship with his parents, which of course came with it, abandonment of those opportunities that come along with having a child with a relative, especially parents, frankly. So even though that was the situation, I cannot find that it's something that would hold up termination of his parental rights. He doesn't have a bond with this child. As I articulated earlier, I think that at best he had a pretty good bond for a couple of months when he was engaged in services, frankly, but it doesn't sound like he had much of a bond when the child was at home, and certainly not after he dropped all communication and indicated he wanted to walk away on March 20th, 2023. This child is very young, needs stability and permanency. He's receiving that in the care of his grandparents. He's been able to make leaps and bounds through his early on supports, and is doing well in their care, thanks to the stability and permanency that that household is providing him, which is certainly more stable and permanent than, unfortunately, the home that his father would provide for him. We have the support of our LGAL in requesting the termination of parental rights, as well as our caseworker. The child is too young to really express a preference. The likelihood of him being adopted and adopted expeditiously has been documented on the record by the licensing efforts by the grandparents, as well as confirmation in more than one hearing that that's what their intentions would be, to support their grandchild. So for all those reasons, I do find also there's a preponderance of the evidence here that it serves the interest of the child. I would say is, as it relates to the argument that we may be looking at guardianship in the future, then I think Ms. Bailey-Domansky is going to be looking at some issues as well here, with the significant amount of time that she's had to be absent from her child's life, which has a lot to do with her criminal charges. So that's going to be part of the analysis that the court does when I look at whether or not to terminate her parental rights. In all fairness to the child, which is the reason we're here. We need a permanent, stable environment. And we have that with a child who's very well bonded to these parents. And she's going to have some explaining to do as well about how that extended period of absence cannot support termination of parental rights without some significant defense. So I have to look at whether or not we are moving forward towards a permanency goal for this child. And at this juncture, adoption is the most appropriate. It is what the goal currently is, undisturbed from today's proceedings. And in order to do that, we'll need to free him for adoption. And part of that is termination of the parental rights of Aaron Schmidt, which the court will document in an order today, along with relief from the department to provide any additional reasonable efforts or to avoid further removal. We will be mailing out the orders to Mr. Schmidt to appeal if he so chooses. He'll have 21 days to do that with the court supplying an attorney if you're unable to do so financially. And we will require you to show financially that you are unable to afford your own attorney. Arguably, throughout the proceedings that have been here, with you working 80 hours a week, there's really an action there from the public defender's office, frankly, that potentially could be instituted, and I'll reserve that to them for reimbursement of attorney fees that have been provided as a result of the public defender's office stepping in where Mr. Schmidt declined to find his own attorney. We'll also be sending him some information about keeping his identifying information current with the Central Adoption Registry, including his right to file the denial of release of that identifying information or to update it as he so chooses. We'll have 21 days to execute that request for attorney and appeal. The case will carry on to the next court date scheduled in April for an additional review and hearing on the termination trial as it relates to Bailey Domansky on April 23rd, 2024 at 1:30. Unless there's any questions, that's all.
Schmidt, file 0545.
Right, we are on record this afternoon pursuant to a request to terminate parental rights. And the names of our participants, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ariel Berger here regarding ad litem.
Nastasia Thomas, counsel for the department.
Caitlin Young, Department of Health and Human Services.
Your Honor, Elias Mulata appearing on behalf of the mother, Bailey Domansky.
This is Bailey Domansky, the mother of BS.
Thank you so much. All right. So we have had some pretty regular reviews in this case on this particular parent. Our typical protocol, Mr. Mawad, is to consolidate the request for a determination on a petition for termination of parental rights with review, because of course, when it's concerning the part of the statute that requires me to look at whether or not there's been sufficient progress made in the time frame, it seems appropriate. Also keeps us from relitigating everything that's already been reviewed over months and months. Do you have any objections or any preliminary issues that you'd like to raise on that issue?
Not on procedure, that's fine, Judge. I would agree with you, that's fine.
All right, so you may then hear some objections if we start going too far afield from what is the most recent information.
Fair enough.
And I do allow, for purposes of building, laying foundation and for making a point, some exploration into that, but I just wanted to preface our hearings with a little warning on that point.
Okay.
Any other preliminaries before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Any comments, opening statements?
I will waive opening, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll wait.
All right, your report.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I was able to visit with the minor child this reporting period. I was also able to go out in person in November, so I got to mix in a couple virtual with in-person visits. But I was able to visit this morning actually virtually and placement reports that he is growing like a weed still. He's in the 97th percentile for height and weight. Definitely looks more like a 4-year-old than, the toddler he is, but he no longer is in need of services or speech through Help Me Grow. So he's been reassessed for that, and they do not think that he needs those services anymore. He has been getting sibling visits. He was able to visit with his siblings over Christmas. And overall, he is doing very well there. He did make it like 3 or 4 weeks without getting sick this time, but has a cold right now. So that's kind of on par for the little guy. But he is extremely bonded with this placement. And he's been there for quite some time at this point, since infancy, so it's been great to watch him learn and grow and be able to express himself there. He loves water. He's always playing with his water toys. He's playing in the sink, you know, quote unquote, doing dishes, just splashing around and making a mess, which is wonderful. But at this time, I am in support of the petition for termination. The likelihood of this child being adopted by this family is very high. They, you know, have expressed their wishes to do so above guardianship and above the other options that we have discussed with them. But at this point, I am in recommendation, and I would say other comments for closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. If Ms. Young can be sworn in for her report.
Come on up to your stand today.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yes.
If you could give us your full name one more time.
It's Caitlin Young.
Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Ms. Young, how are you familiar with this matter?
I've been the assigned foster care worker in this case for the past year.
And did you prepare a court report for today's hearing?
I did, yes.
And this hearing is only as it relates to Ms. Demansky. Are there any other documents that you provided the court report other than the case service plan?
I think it was just the court report and the case service plan.
Perfect. Are there any updates or modifications that need to be made to the court report?
There were just a couple minor things. I had mentioned the other minor child. That was an error. I thought I had taken that out of there. But it had just been some recommendation for that other minor child who was closed already on this case. I was not aware that he was already completed speech services, so that's another update. I can put in as well.
Throughout this review period, how would you describe, and again, we were just here on December 6th, so it's not been very long, but how would you describe Ms. Demansky's, I guess, compliance with and benefit from her case service plan?
I mean, she's as compliant as she can. We did meet on January 12th, just to kind of go over the case service plan, discuss any updates that she had on her end, as well as kind of discussing how kids were doing. She did mention a plan that she had arranged with the other child's father for when she is released to do some parenting times, supervised in a controlled setting, just so that she can kind of maintain that relationship with her other child. So we did discuss a little bit of that. We discussed court and just kind of, you know, what the recommendations and kind of what to expect for today's hearing.
In general, what would you say is the risk of harm to the child if the court were to order the child back into the mother's care and custody today?
At this time, because she is incarcerated until at least June, she's not able to provide a safe and stable environment for him in her direct care. He is in a relative placement since the very beginning of this case, who's been able to, you know, kind of maintain some of that contact. You know, so at this time, you know, that risk would be pretty significant if we were to try to return at this point.
To the best of your knowledge, about how long has this child been removed from her care and custody?
The child, I believe, was removed on 3/26 of 2022, but she's not had any contact with the child since May of 2023. Visits were suspended.
Part of the petition, and part of the grounds that the court must look at is whether the conditions that cause the child to come under the court's jurisdiction have been remedied or rectified. The reason this court has jurisdiction is for child abuse. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to Ms. Demansky's credit, she did comply with the case service plan throughout the duration of this case, correct?
That is correct.
And that is acknowledged in the petition, correct?
Correct.
So can you help us understand the second part of the analysis of whether there remains a risk of harm to the child and whether those conditions have been rectified?
Because visits have been suspended back in May, right before she was incarcerated, she has not had contact with this child outside of writing letters. She has provided consistent letters, starting in about October, to provide to me for the children. She's drawn some pictures. There's, a short letter that she's written for each of her children. So other than that written correspondence and the communication that I've been able to have with her, she has no contact with the minor child. He's about 2.5 years old and has not seen her in a significant amount of time. Due to not having that relationship and that bond currently, he would be at risk going back into her care. Like I said before, she's incarcerated until at least June for these child abuse charges. Oh.
In the psychological evaluation, which was presented a significant amount of time ago, but during this review period, have any of the recommendations been completed?
Just during this review period, we haven't really been able to do a whole lot as far as the case service plan. She doesn't have access to like formal therapy services or really the recommended book that Dr. Hagen had recommended in his psychological. She doesn't have access to that material. So she's not able to really work on the specifics. She's able to kind of meet with a mental health provider through a kite service through the jail. So as needed, and that's, if she's having any issues that she needs to address, she'll put a kite in, or if there's any medical things, she'll be able to do that. But as far as, providing supervised and structured visits, we couldn't do that. Stabilization of her anxiety, consult with possible medications. I mean, she can do that through a kite. And she's been able to, kind of address some of that mental health. But as far as, doing a parenting training, she completed that prior to incarceration. But to my knowledge, they don't have parenting education currently in the jail. And then again, completing the Keeping Families Together book material that Dr. Hagen recommended. That's not something that she was able to complete while incarcerated.
Prior to her incarceration, when she was completing like a parenting education program, do you believe that she was able to demonstrate benefit from that program?
She was showing some benefit from that. She was in a therapeutic structured visitation with Renee Moore's office. And then we had moved visits over to our office to provide some more structure. And then she was also doing visits with the other minor child closer to where he resides in a different therapeutic setting. So yeah, she was able to demonstrate some structure and stability in those visits. But again, like I said, she hasn't been able to demonstrate that in a significant amount of time.
During the case, was you able to exercise unsupervised parenting time?
No.
Into Ms. Demansky's, again, credit, she did have employment that was pretty steady prior to her incarceration, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know if she's able to like have any employment type jobs while incarcerated?
She actually is. It's kind of a form of employment. So she's in charge of her unit, and in that helps to pay off her stay while she's incarcerated. So she's able to kind of help provide that structure within that unit, clean the unit, and do some other details there as well. And like I said, that pays for her fines, her stay while at the facility. So she won't have any fees when she is released.
And during this case, has she provided financial support to the child?
I I wouldn't say direct financial support to him, no, she's just provided letters and some pictures that she's drawn for him. I'm not aware of anything financially that she's been able to assist the family with.
And prior to parenting time being suspended, when she was exercising parenting time, did she come prepared with all of the child's needs?
She did, yes.
And there was no concern about her housing at the time prior to her incarceration, correct?
That's correct.
I think the $1 million question might be, well, what is the harm if we just wait until she's not incarcerated anymore and work towards reunification?
I think one of the biggest concerns is because she's not had any contact with this minor child in a significant amount of time, we would have to reintegrate her into this life, and it would be another significant amount of time before we would be able to move forward with the supervised and then to unsupervised visits and exploring overnights. He's already been in care for almost 2 years, and that's most of his life.
One of the best interest factors the court must consider is the relative placement. And typically that weighs against termination. And in this case, the relative placement is the relative placement on the maternal side for this child or paternal?
It's the paternal.
And prior to her incarceration, was there an adequate relationship that between Ms. Demansky and the paternal relatives that would support like spending additional time together, having some unsupervised time, engaging in family events together, or anything like that?
I think initially there might have been, but the more information that emerged through the criminal process for her criminal case, that really kind of hindered their opinion based on like what they heard. They're very guarded about having that contact with her outside of this case. They have a lot of emotion and they have every right to have that emotion. She had harmed one of their other grandchildren essentially, and it's a lot emotionally, a lot for everybody.
One of the things that was in the psychological evaluation and also I think speaks to one of the grounds we've asked the court to consider for termination is the parent's conduct or capacity and whether the child would be harmed if returned to the parent's care. And in the psychological, there's an element that indicates mom is prone to being agitated kind of quickly for parenting purposes, and that she really needs to take inventory of her own past and her actions and all those things. In your time that you've worked with this family, do you believe that she's been able to do that?
I do believe that she's been able to work on some of that. She completed kind of an anger management therapy course through Catholic Charities, and that was previously submitted to the courts, but she did complete that course. And she was able to kind of demonstrate during these supervised parenting times her ability, to remain calm, provide a calm and safe and stable environment for the children in that setting. So she was able to demonstrate that for the 1 to 2 hour time frame that she was in these visits. We hadn't had a chance to explore anything beyond that time frame, so it's hard to gauge, in a more, I don't know, like in a longer time frame of being able to parent these children, if she has adequately been able to use those skills in those settings. If the minor child became agitated, or there were some other concerns that that might irritate her. It's hard to say how she would respond in that setting without being put into that scenario.
As it relates to the suspension of parenting time, was that at the department's request?
No.
And at that time, did the department or through you, did you have any direct concerns about her ability to safely exercise parenting time?
As an agency, no, we did not have that. Yes, we were under the understanding that yes, she was going to be sentenced shortly after, but we were still looking to have some sort of supervised parenting contact up to that point of her incarceration, because we, at that time, we weren't sure if she was going to be serving jail time or not. But there had also been some other concerns that were brought up, some allegations that had come in, possible sexual abuse in one of the older children that was not in her care. So there was just a lot of factors that kind of went into it. And then also part of it was, you know, dad's, dad was not visiting either. So the motion that was filed by the guardian ad litem, it had indicated suspending both of the parent types.
One of the considerations that is becoming more, I guess, regulated by powers that be is permanency within a reasonable amount of time, and typically that's 12 months. You say that this child has been in care for almost 2 years.
Correct.
How old is this child?
The child is a little over, about 2.5 years.
So for majority of this child's life, she has been with the relative caregivers, as her primary caregiver.
Okay, that's correct.
In the foster home, what are some of, does the foster home have the relative caregiver, go back a little bit, the relative caregiver, are they a licensed foster care placement as well?
They are licensed, yes.
And are they licensed for adoption as well?
Yes,
And are they willing to provide permanency to this child?
yes, they are.
And in this relative placement, does this child have his own bedroom?
He does.
And are there age appropriate toys, learning materials that they have provided for him?
Absolutely, yes.
And have they made sure that he has gone to any medical appointments or followed up with any ancillary services such as speech or early on or anything like that? Has the part of, I think, the ongoing thread here for this child, those child's sick quite a bit. But that seems to be sort of some normal childhood sicknesses such as a hand, foot, mouth, or a common cold. Are there any concerns about that particular issue?
No, I mean, these are pretty common. He is in a daycare setting, so that's very common, especially at that age. And as you stated, I mean, he has been sick quite a bit. He's had multiple different things going on, but he always, you know, he overcomes it, and he always has a good attitude. He's very outgoing, and like Ms. Berger said, he's growing like weed. He really is. He's a great kid. And overall, I mean, he's doing very well. Placement makes sure that he has all this specialty appointments. He's always, you know, if he has any of these illnesses, he's seen by either urgent care or ER or the primary care physician pretty regularly as needed, so.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Young. I would move to admit the court report with the attached case service plan at this time.
I don't have any objection to the report. I just have cross whenever you're ready.
No objection.
Thank you. Court report and singular exhibit are received. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. I have some questions for you. They're not a lot, and some of the questions we've gone through in the past. You know that there was a motion filed on May 23rd, I believe, 2023, or somewhere around there, with allegations regarding Bailey, and then subsequently an order was entered stopping the visitation with the children, correct?
Yes, I am aware.
To this date, there's none of those allegations that have ever found to be true. Would you agree with that?
That is,
And then you also know that this hearing has been adjourned by nobody's fault. It's just been adjourned for various reasons, including the holidays, et cetera. That would not be Bailey's fault. You understand that, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And then she is sentenced, and she's been at the Livingston County Jail, Lenawee County Jail, doing the best she can to carry out any services that she can carry out.
Yes.
You agree with that? Okay. I didn't hear anything unusual about her psychoval, other than you commented something on the psychoval. I just wanted to see, was there an issue with her psychoval, or were you okay with that?
And honestly, I hadn't had a chance to read it because it wasn't in our case file.
Okay.
And I wasn't finding it in our system until I had it forwarded to me before this hearing. So I was able to kind of read through, make sure that I had an understanding of kind of what the concerns that the doctor had that conducted the exam. But there were some childhood trauma things that she had expressed to that doctor that may have contributed to a little bit of this. It's hard to say. So she's got some concerns that the doctor had expressed, and part of that was, maintaining a stabilization of her own mental health and anxiety, PTSD, and so forth. So, that was a big part of that concern, really stabilizing her mental health and making sure that she was moving forward, was able to provide that safe and stable environment for the kids.
That Bailey is very consistent in her own mind on wanting to continue with any treatment regarding herself, even after she gets out of the jail.
She has expressed that, yes.
We talked about reintegration, right? You mentioned that. Reintegration happens a lot in this form, correct?
Yes.
Has reintegration occurred with other people that have been in jail and get out from CPS, or you guys recommend for reintegration for people that have been in jail in the past?
And it is possible, yes. We would just need to ensure that it was in his best interest, and really take a look at different factors, with the length of time that she's incarcerated, their relationship, their bond that they have, and make that determination. Is it in his best interest to continue to try to formulate a bond? So those are just some of those factors that we have to consider.
Well, I know the child's two and a half.
Yeah, about 2.5.
Are very young,
Very young.
right? Probably doesn't remember the 1-year-old area. I don't remember what I did when I was 2 years old, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it easier to reintegrate that type of age with the mother more than maybe an 8-year-old, 9-year-old?
I mean, it really depends because everybody responds differently at those ages. So it really depends on a lot of different things. I mean, it would depend on how much he could recall.
Let me ask you this, the standard here is clear and convincing evidence. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
And it's a burden between preponderance of an evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll call it the preponderance of evidence being the 51-yard line, the clear and convincing evidence being if it exists, the 75-yard line, and the touchdown being the beyond reasonable doubt. Lines that obviously get a little effect on me, so sorry for the football language. But you can't say that with clear and convincing evidence that reunification could not occur with this child. Would you agree with that?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it couldn't occur, but it would not be in a reasonable amount of time. We would need a significant more amount of time to try to make that reunification occur.
And I would agree with you. I'm not telling you that. I just wanted to know it's possible, correct? For the child.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about her criminal matter, and you would agree that she has not only paid the price by being in jail, but she has really taken a lot of steps with mental health treatment to resolve out a lot of those issues that you talked about. You would agree with that, correct?
I would agree that she is working on those things.
Do you think she's a much better person now as far as her mental health than she was before? And I know you spent some time with her too.
Honestly, I feel that, yeah, she has made some progress. I think she's got some ways to go, just continue to work on that, because I think that's going to be kind of a lifelong process. I mean, this case is kind of a rude awakening of, hey, there's some issues here. And a significant amount of injury was done, and it's really, it not only damaged the child, but also damaged her mindset too. So I think when Mr. Dr. Hagen had completed his assessment, he was assessing where she was at mentally following that incident, and really kind of gauging, there's a big issue here with maintaining that mental health and stability, and she's recognizing that, yes, I have some issues to work through and I need to work through those. And that's what she's at.
No one can say by clear and convincing evidence that this would ever happen again. You would agree with that, correct?
It's not a guarantee that it would or wouldn't happen.
Correct. I would agree with you. Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I appreciate you taking my calls also when we talk about the case. It's very nice.
Thank you, Robert. You had testified that a part of the psychological evaluation was taking accounting of mom's own actions. Is that correct?
Correct.
At any point in time, did mom admit to you the physical harm that she caused this child to go through?
Not necessarily to me directly. She had admitted that, yes, there was some harm to the child, but at that time when I was interviewing her about that, it was more along the lines of, oh, he sustained an injury because he fell off a bike. So that was still pretty consistent from the very beginning of the case from that year prior. But since, you know, since that time that I had first met with her to discuss that, if she was going through that criminal case, so she wasn't really able to talk about that further.
Right. And did you attend the sentencing on the criminal case?
I was not available to, so no, I was not there.
And do you know if she ever admitted to the specifics of the physical harm that were caused to the child?
It was to my understanding, because I was able to play it back, that she did indicate, I think at sentencing, that she had done some physical harm, but didn't, and I don't recall the exact details of what happened, but she had indicated some physical stuff that she had done.
Do you believe that what she admitted to and what actually happened were the same thing?
It's hard to say.
Do you
I
think,
don't know if we'll ever know fully what happened.
do you think that she downplayed anything?
Absolutely.
And are you aware of any permanent or long-term effects that the child that was the victim of this abuse is suffering?
I don't know the specifics. I've had very limited information as far as that child. I know he's had to have some additional medical stuff that he's had to endure, but I don't know the specifics of what long-term effects he would have had or is sustaining. And I don't know. He's not a part of our case, so I don't have that contact with his mom. Most of mine is through the relative caregiver for this minor child.
Okay, I have another person, thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. May I return your seat? Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Marwan.
Judge, I'm going to grab my first one and I'm gonna go be as expeditiously as I can to get it done, because we have to try to get this matter resolved. I think it's in the best interest of everybody. Thanks, Judge.
Your name, please?
Jennifer Domansky,
Can you either spell that?
And her last name, yes.
Domanski.
Thank you.
Your hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There's a step there, be careful.
And
Hi,
your full name again, please.
Jennifer Domansky.
Jennifer, how are you related or how do you know Bailey Demansky?
I'm her aunt.
Okay, so she's your niece.
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living?
I am a teacher
Where
at
at?
Light of the World Academy in Pinckney.
And what else do you or have you done?
I am a certified teacher now. Before that, I've done childcare for 15 years, both at home and at a public daycare.
In the last, we'll say 10 years, how much interaction have you had with Bailey, first of all, with Bailey, your niece?
Not so much in the past few years since she was, I guess since my kids were older and I got really busy with sports, but before that, she would go camping with us, shopping with us. A lot of time, I would say.
Would you see Bailey with your kids also?
Yes,
And there were 2 boys?
yes.
And do you have an opinion of, well, Have you ever witnessed any assaultive or worrisome conduct between Bailey and her kids?
No,
And you work for the state of Michigan and for childcare and childcare center.
yes.
How would you explain Bailey, when you've seen Bailey and her kids, how would you explain Bailey's relationship with the children?
I think she's always been very like mild mannered, very calm, both with her children and mine. Never ever seen her raise her voice or do anything that wasn't like, nothing questionable, I guess.
You have any doubts about her love for the children at all? Or her
No.
point for her kids?
No,
And you said she's had interactions with your kids?
yes.
Do you know how old your kids were when she had these interactions?
Their whole lives. I mean, they've always spent time with her as they were younger. She would spend a lot of time with them. They absolutely adored her. And she would babysit them later. And
I do not have any more questions.
Cross-examination?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Any questions, Ms. Berger?
Thank you. Mr. Mansky, have you had contact with, mother in this case since this case opened?
this, I guess, no.
And have you, seen the photos of the injuries of the child involved in this case?
Yes,
And you would agree that those are pretty horrific?
yes,
And you are aware that, that mother admitted to causing those injuries?
yes,
And would you trust her with your children after that?
yes, I would.
Why is that?
Because I've never seen her do anything violent where I'm still questionable about that case.
Do you believe that she lied in admitting that she caused those injuries?
I don't know.
No further questions.
None, Judge.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Will you need this witness to remain further sequestered?
I don't know. I'll ask.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Berger?
No, thank you.
All right, you're released, meaning you can stay if you wish or leave if you wish.
Just ask your name as a good
Your name for the record, please.
Cody West.
Cody West.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Step there, be careful.
Cody, good afternoon. Are you married or single?
I'm married.
And your wife's name is?
Morgan.
You have children?
We did. She's deceased now.
Okay. Are you in the custody of any children right now?
Mason.
Just the initials? You just
Oh,
say the initials.
MW.
Okay. And how old is MW?
He is 5.
Who's the mother for MW?
Bailey.
Okay. Has MW had contact in any way, or have you allowed contact between MW and Bailey while Bailey's been incarcerated?
Yes.
How long has that been occurring?
I say about 2 months now.
Okay, and how's the contact been?
Been really well.
Well, I mean, has it been in person, by video?
Oh, by video.
Okay, and how long has that, how long have been the video appointments or meetings?
Some days are 30 minutes. Other days are an hour. It depends on if Mason wants to talk or not.
Does MW want to talk and see his mother?
Yeah.
Are you worried in any way that after Bailey gets out of the jail that she would harm MW in any way?
Nope.
Prior to her being charged with this case, you've seen Bailey with MW and other kids?
Yep.
Have you ever seen Bailey prior to her being charged on this case and this incident happening that she was charged with? You ever seen her lose her temper or?
No, never.
Have you always, what is your perception of her as a mother?
She's a great mother. She took care of Mason when we were together and after. She's great. I have no worries.
You want Bailey to continue the contact with MW?
Yes.
I don't have any more questions.
Cross-examination?
Mr. West, did you file for a change of custody as relates to MW since the opening of this case?
Not yet.
And so what is the current custody order?
It's 50-50 right now.
And you have been at these hearings before, correct?
I have.
And you've heard testimony about why Ms. Stefanski is under the court's jurisdiction?
Yes.
And your child was in fact under the court's jurisdiction for a time, correct?
Yes.
And I believe released because it was reported that there was a custody order pending. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Did you speak with Ms. Young and tell her that a custody order was pending?
I don't remember because I haven't went and filed yet.
Okay. And do you recall ever speaking to myself in the hallway with your wife present, stating that you were filing that day?
I was going to, but I just haven't had the time.
And why would you file?
Why would I?
Yeah.
Because I need to. That was part of the agreement, is that I had to file for full custody.
And but your testimony today is that you have no concern about Ms. Stefanski's ability to parent your child?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Gardner?
Mr. West, have you seen the photos of the injuries that were inflicted on the child in this case?
I have.
And what are your thoughts related to that?
I mean, they're injuries. I see that, but it was a mistake, you know, and I do not believe that she will never do this again, that she will never do that again. Promise you.
No further questions. Redirect?
None,
Would you like him excused?
please.
Any objections? All right, thank you.
They go to where the court officer is.
Your name, please?
Patricia Domansky, Bailey's grandmother.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No. I mean, that's fine.
I don't think anybody's ever asked me that before. I don't really mind, as long as we can hear you through the microphone.
What's your full name, please?
Patricia Renell Domansky.
And you are the grandmother to Bailey
Yes, I
Demansky.
am.
All right, Judge, what I'm recommending, if there's no objection to make this, she wants to read a letter. Instead of me cross-examining her, then I'm not gonna ask her any more questions, then we can see if there's redirect. With permission of the court and the other party, she's gonna read a 2-page letter, probably be about a minute. That's all. The court doesn't have any issues with it.
No.
No objection.
Right?
Okay, we all deserve a second chance, and our granddaughter deserves that second chance to be back with her sons, Mason and Braden, the loving mother that she is. Bailey has always provided stability and care for herself and for her boys. She has went above and beyond whatever CPS wanted her to do to get Braden and Mason back in her life. I have been with our granddaughter through the years while she interacted with her nephews and younger cousins, and she is absolutely great with them. When she was living with Aaron at the time, she was watching all 5 kids: Isabel, Liam, Jonah, Mason, and Braden. And all 5 kids at the time was 5 years and younger. And I have seen her potty training Mason, Liam, and Jonah, and they were all 3 years and younger. And at the time, she was breastfeeding Braden every 2 hours. And I saw how much patience she had with all her children that she cared for. Bailey and I have been with all 5 kids in the car, taking Mason to Brighton to be with his dad. We all had good times, singing songs, playing games, and she had all 5 kids with her, and they actually loved calling her Mama Bailey. When Bailey gave birth to Mason and Braden, she had both boys natural for the fear of them being hurt with the drug. Bailey has always been a hard-working mother, and she has supplied clothing, diapers, etc. to Brady and Mason, and CPS took her boys away from her. And still to this day, while she is incarcerated, she is still providing for her 2 sons, Mason and Braden. Bailey has always had a bond with Mason and Braden. Bailey continues and still continues to support her boys, even after the courts, without notice to Bailey, stopped her visitations with the boys. It's an honor and special blessing to be grandparents. I'm one of them. But there is no greater love than to be a mother. It's a love that will never go away from a mother and her children. Grandparents might have a special bond with their grandkids, but that bond that a mother and her children has will never, ever be broken. It's a special bond that God gives to us, and no one can ever take that away. Bailey deserves a second chance. She has went beyond everything that the courts and CPS has asked her to do. So please give her that second chance so that Mason and Brady can enjoy growing up together with their mother in a loving home. Thank you.
No questions, Judge.
I have no question, Jenna.
No questions.
Thank you for your statement. Dr. Lisa?
Yes, please, one more and then thank you, Judge.
No.
Yes, your name, please.
Jenna Passion,
Can you spell it for us?
Jenna, and then Paschen.
P-A, what's it again?
Paschen.
C-H-E-N. Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Watch that.
Yeah, check right up to that microphone so we can hear you. Okay.
Hi, Jenna. You know Bailey Nancy. Can you tell the court how you know, if you could speak up a little bit too?
I met Bailey early in 2020 when I was dating her younger brother.
Okay. And until she was incarcerated, did you remain in contact with her?
I did.
All right. And in that time period that you remained in contact with her, did you have occasion to see her with her kids, her 2 boys?
I did. We would get together often.
And when you say we get together often, was it at the house? Was it at holidays or any other occasions?
I would usually go to her house and spend time with her and the kids, or we would meet up at parks sometimes because I live a little far away. So we would meet halfway.
Where do you live?
I live in Livonia.
Okay, so you do have a little drive. Okay.
Yeah.
What are your observations of Bailey as a mother?
Ever since I met her, her kids have always been number one. When I first met her, she just had Mason, and he was always part of everything we did. And she always wanted to spend time with him. And when he was with his dad, she always expressed how much she missed him. And it's just very clear that she loves him so much.
In your observations, did you ever see her get assaulted at all or hit the children in an assaultive way?
Never.
All right, you understand why she's in jail, right?
Yes.
All right, and do you think that in your opinion, just asking your opinion, do you think that this would ever happen again?
No,
I don't have any questions.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
none.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you like to release her?
Yes.
You are released.
Um,
I trust our two attorneys to let me know if they have any objections to that.
No objections.
And then my last witness is Bailey.
Okay, deputy. Let's move the camera so we can.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can you unmute and then answer, please?
Unmute.
You may have to push a button to unmute.
There we go. Yes,
Perfect.
The answer is yes, you do?
yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Bailey.
Hi,
I have some questions for you. How old are you now?
I am 26,
All right, when you got charged with this case, how old were you?
26.
26?
Yes,
When you got charged with the crime, how old were you?
26.
You're still 26, okay. And you had two children, correct?
Yes,
Just the initials? What are their initials?
MW and BS.
Okay. Prior to being arrested, where were you living?
I was living at Aaron's residence, and then I packed all my stuff and I moved to my grandparents.
In what city or township with your grandmother?
Petersburg.
Okay, and that's your grandmother's the one that just testified?
Yes,
And also your grandfather lives there too, right?
yes,
At that time, were you working?
yes.
Okay, where were you working?
I was working at Plastic Omnium.
Where's that located? Where's that company located?
It's in Adrian on Beecher.
Okay. Was that a full-time job?
Yes,
Were you providing for your kids with food, clothing, shelter?
I was providing clothes-wise and
What about,
their basic needs.
okay, fair enough. How, prior to being arrested, how old was M?
He was 4.
And then what about BS?
1.
Okay. After you got arrested and during the term of the CPS hearing, can you tell the court what you have done as far as services? What kind of services have you had? And then I'll get to what you're doing in the jail.
I have completed my wait, hold on. I have completed my anger management and counseling through Catholic Charities. I have completed my physical and narrow evaluation on June 27th of 2022. I have completed my direct family assistance program, program from Orchard Family Services. I have, what else? I have complied with doing supervised visitation therapeutic and then got moved to the DHS office. And that's
Any issues with that, with the visitations at all?
no.
Any issues? Okay. During the appointments for your mental health, you were working on some issues from your past. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were getting treated for those issues?
Yes.
All right. And and I know that you're going to be asked this question about the criminal matter. You obviously pled to a child abuse charge on a different minor, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree you severely hurt that child after reviewing the police reports and seeing pictures. And you understand at first you didn't tell the detective the truth. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And then it was subsequently, I don't have the police report in front of you, but maybe a couple days later when he re-interviewed you, that you finally admitted to striking that check and hurting that check, correct?
Yeah.
All right. What accomplishments and goals have you made to make sure that this should and would not happen again regarding your mental health or anything else?
I have some resources. When I get out, I could go to counseling and anger management still. I have mental and physical support of my family and my friends. And then if I need like any further needs, then I could just research them. Or
If the
go
court,
to counseling.
if the court made a decision not to terminate but to reunify, it would be, you understand, a long reunification if the court does that. It's up to the court. You understand that, correct? And you would follow all the orders of the court and of the your workers, correct?
Yes,
And obtain all the services that you would have to obtain, correct?
yes.
All right. What are your plans after? Well, let me start off by this. You are you get out of jail in June of this year, correct?
Yes, June 8th.
Where would you go to live?
Huh?
Where would you go to live? Where would you go?
I am going to live with my grandparents.
Okay, and the grandmother being the one that testified today in Petersburg?
Yes,
Okay, and then what about your job? Do you think you would get your job back that you had prior to going into the jail?
I might be able to. I'm gonna contact them when I get out.
Explain to the court what you did at that facility. What was your job duties there?
I was an operator.
And how many hours did you work?
I work
For them?
40 plus hours a week.
Okay, all right. And you're willing to maintain that home free of any domestic violence, substance abuse, or any other type of criminal activity? You'd be willing to do that? All right.
Yes, sir.
Would you appropriately also care for BS
Yes, sir.
and Mason at some point in time if they were to live with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And would you, now this is the question I have to ask, with the assault that occurred on the minor child that you're charged with, do you believe that you can demonstrate the ability to have that never occur to any minor, whether it's your own children or any other children?
I would not do that.
What, anything else you want to tell the judge regarding, I know, because the judge is very familiar with your case, she's very familiar with everything that you've done, and the CPS workers has been very truthful about what's going on. Anything you want to tell the judge before I stop questioning?
Yes, I do actually. I was wondering if I could possibly get an extension so I could rebuild my bond with my son BS, and to provide a safe, loving, and caring environment.
Are you you think you've grown up a lot since this matter, since the criminal matter? Matured more?
Yes.
You think you were a little bit more immature as far as how to handle stress with other children back then? Do you think with the help of the services you've received with the court and everything, you are definitely a different person than what you were before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions at this point.
Cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
None.
Thank you.
No.
Did you have any witnesses you wanted to present today, Ms. Berger?
No, thank you.
Before we go into closings, I'd like to take a brief recess and chat with you. You're on record today for our 5th regular review, as well as permanency planning hearing. May I have the names of our participants, please? Let's start with our guardian ad litem.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ariel Berger here as the guardian ad litem for the minor children.
Ms. Roger Thomas, counsel for the department. Ms. Young.
Keelan Young, Department of Health and Human Services.
Michael Brooks, I represent Aaron Schmidt, father of one of the boys.
Elias Muad, representing the mother in this case.
All right, it doesn't look like I have your client logged in. Were you expecting her to join you today?
She's at the jail.
Oh,
So she got a year at the sentence from in the jail, from the sentencing 2 weeks ago. The judge gave her 1 year in the jail.
we have the ability to make arrangements to have her be present. I know my
emailed when I
Did you email?
apologize for interrupting. I did in my email when I sent the court report, I did note that she was incarcerated, and I also notified the jail to say, hey, we do have court on 9/5 at 10 a.m. So they are aware she's got a court hearing.
Okay.
At least for myself. I didn't receive any paperwork as of Friday.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my assistant's been out last week and he'll be out through the 8th, so it doesn't entirely surprise me that we don't have her, but if you'd like, we can take a few minutes and I'm happy to make a call over and see if I can have her present.
You know, that probably would work. Yeah, she would be happy to be on, I think, Judge. And
All
I know
right.
Caitlin saw her
Yeah.
Thursday or Friday, so.
Yeah, and she had put a kite in too prior to her going to jail to make sure that she was gonna be present for this hearing, so. We
Well,
tried
they might be
all
busy.
different avenues.
Well, even when they know, sometimes we have to call and ask because they get busier. Okay, here we go. All right, we're on record for purposes of a review in this file, 20-545 NA. I have the names of our participants, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ariel Berger here as the guardian ad litem.
Ms. Roger Thomas, counsel for the department. Ms. Young.
Caitlin Young, Department of Health and Human Services.
Michael Brooks, I represent the father, Aaron Schmidt.
Your Honor, counsel, Elias Muad, representing mother, Bailey Demansky.
All right, Mr. Brooks, have you heard from your client since the last court appearance?
No, I have not.
Okay, and we'll get to Ms. Young's testimony in a moment. She can tell us any information she has about either parent. Mr. Muad, would you like to address your client's?
Take it back. He called me Friday. I'm sorry. He did call me Friday and ask about the hearing on Monday, and I said it had been adjourned to another day.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Muad, would you like to address your client's absence?
Your Honor, she, as you know, is locked up at the Lenawee County Jail for a 1-year sentence on a child abuse charge. I would waive her appearance. I'm not objecting to any of the testimony that's going to come in today. I've seen the reports and they're all good.
All right, thank you. We are proceeding today after a scheduling, I used the word kerfuffle during the bench conference, so I'll use it again, which confused everyone as far as the termination trial date and the review hearing dates. So this review hearing was scheduled rather hastily, but needed to occur timely. And we have discussed some new trial dates at sidebar. Anything else about the sidebar, counselors, before we get started?
I'd like to know if he has been notified of today's hearing.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Ms. Young that question in a few minutes, if that's okay. Anything else about the sidebar, counselors?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing to add, Judge. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. As it relates to the review then, Ms. Berger, I look forward to your report.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I was able to visit with BS in person during this reporting period. He again was sick when I was there, hand, foot, and mouth this time. He is often sick, but the is looking into maybe changing daycare to see if that would help. As soon as he gets healthy again, they send him back and he comes back with something else. So I know that we are looking into that, and I've been working with the caseworker as well about funding for that. So other than that, he is growing like a weed. He's very tall. He knows his colors. He knows numbers. He loves to color. We had little paint pens when I was there last. He is talking, not as much, but he is talking. He loves the water. He likes to, play in the sink or in the bathtub, or he would take, 10 baths a day, they say. He still is working on transitioning fully to a toddler bed. And they are keeping an eye out for any other developmental, I guess, not delays, but maybe milestones that he isn't quite reaching. He just looks so much older than he is because he's so tall. He's so big. But other than that, he's perfectly bonded to where he is. He sees them as his parents. He's happy, he's healthy. They're meeting all of his needs. He is getting sibling visits with his siblings that are not in care any longer. They're getting to spend holidays together and birthdays together. He's also able to see his maternal grandmother, who also goes to Placement's home, which is paternal grandparents. So even the extended family is trying to work things out, so they are all able to be involved in his life and to provide support for him. So at this time, Judge, I'm just asking that we continue towards the goal of adoption and finalize any dates we need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Thank you, Your Honor. If Ms. Young can be sworn in, please.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Ms. Young, you prepared a court report for today's hearing that included the case service plans for both parents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we acknowledge that that was just circulated yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Are there any updates or modifications that you are aware of that need to be made to any of the documents that you provided?
Not that I'm aware of. I put everything in there kind of based on, what we've kind of reviewed over the reporting period. I was able to meet with both parents, at least monthly, to kind of go over any updates they've had. So I tried to include as much of that as I could in here. I did have a conversation with Dad this week just to let him know that we were waiting to kind of figure out the new court date, and that I would send out the court report and the information as soon as I got that. So I did have that, and I sent that to him. He said he had to work. He wasn't able to get it off. So, which is why he's not present today.
Okay. And at this point in time, has there been sufficient progress to reconsider the goal of adoption for this child?
As far as services for parents, I mean, they're not able to really do much. They don't have a bond with this child. They've not had contact with him in a majority of this year. So Dad has not had contact with BS since 3/20 of this year. Mom, his visits were both suspended back at the end of May, as the courts were aware. So they're not really able to work on that relationship. We do have those monthly case conferences, so we're able to have that communication and how BS is doing. If he's had sick appointments or well childs, we have those discussions. we're discussing, the milestones that he's meeting or he's not yet meeting. So we are having those conversations. They are aware that we are seeking termination of parental rights based on, the lack of progress in the mom's current incarceration due to the child abuse charges. So they are aware. Placement is in support of the adoption. They are willing and able to provide permanency for him through that adoption. And Mom and Dad are both understanding that that's what we are going towards.
And so to summarize, is it fair to say that there has been limited or no compliance with the case service plan during this review period, or is it just status quo? I know that for Mom, it's a little hard there, but can you just highlight, I guess, from the report, the general compliance with the case service plan?
I mean, as far as overall compliance, I mean, they're both doing, what they can at this point. Mom's very limited on what resources that she has in the jail. Since COVID, they haven't reinstated a whole lot of services, but she does have access to mental health services as needed. So she seeks that out. She's trying to participate in whatever group that she can. And she's also
participating in like a work program where she's like the head person that kind of cleans the unit, takes care of things. So she's able to, earn money towards paying her fines and her jail stay. So she is able to kind of do what she can. She's, aware of the situation, circumstances. She did write some letters for both of her children. So I provided BS has when I was at my last home visit at the end of November. So he sent some pictures, a sweet little letter to both of the boys. So I provided those. Dad, he's participating in therapy services. We still are dealing with, I will do stuff if I have to, but I'm going to do whatever I have to do to try to get my child back. It's not focus on what can I do to try to make changes so that I can have him live with me and make it a safe environment. So we've had several of those conversations. The attorney and I, the three of us have met since the last court hearing to kind of go over, what steps we needed to take. So, and as the courts are aware, he has completed a parenting class previously. We had tried to set up reunification services. He failed to comply with that. And ever since that time frame, beginning of this year, he kind of dropped off the face of the earth for a few months. So, we've been trying to build that relationship back up between the worker, myself and him, trying to, make sure that we are on target, if reunification is still going to be feasible or not. But at this point, he has a home that has a safe environment for him. He's got a bedroom set up in the event that he would be returned to his care. He's somewhat has a plan as far as childcare in the event that, we would have to explore that for reunification. So he has a good support system where he's at with his fiance and her family. He's got a steady job. He's provided that income periodically as needed. So, we've been maintaining that communication. He's been compliant with what he can. Obviously, the issue is there's no parenting time. So he can't really work on that bond with his child if he's not able to see the child. So
Do you believe that there would be a risk of harm if Mr. Schmidt would have parenting time at this point?
I think right now, because of the amount of time that he's not had contact with his son, it would be difficult because he doesn't know him necessarily right now as that father figure. He hasn't seen him since March. He's 2 years old. And, it would be a struggle to try to reintegrate those parenting times back in. I think it's doable, but it would take some time for him to get used to his father again. The other issue is, the child is placed with his parents. He does not have a relationship with his parents right now. So all of that communication is going through the agency, through myself. So, it would be a lot of playing that middleman, going back and forth, similar to, a general foster home. So, it would be just kind of trying to pick the pieces back up and trying to build that relationship up again.
And to clarify, your recommendation is still adoption, correct?
That is correct.
Is there anything else that you have not been able to touch base on that you would like the court to know?
I don't believe so. I believe I've touched base on everything. Ariel made a good point about how well Braden is doing. He's very bonded to the home, and to his caregivers. He's able to see his siblings, and have that relationship still, see the maternal grandmother. So they've been able to maintain a lot of that contact with the extended family and so forth, but he's still trying to make improvements in speech. He still struggles with some of it. He's got speech twice a month, so one in the home, one at daycare. So he's making progress, slowly making progress in the speech area, but overall, he's doing very well. He keeps catching, as Ariel stated, he keeps catching just about everything under the sun that you can think of at the daycare. So, between hand, foot, and mouth and croup, he's had COVID, he's had, all sorts of illnesses all throughout this year. This poor little guy, I feel like he's been out of daycare more than he has been in daycare because he's been so sick throughout the year. He's got multiple wellness visits, checkups, hematology,
eye doctor, all of that, just, to make sure that all is well. And he's progressing in that manner. So, but overall, I mean, everybody's doing what they can. Braden's doing very well. He's making those improvements. He's very bonded to placement. So.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness and move to admit the court report with the attached case service plans. Thank you.
No objection.
I have
Just-
no objection.
A couple questions, if I can, Judge, to Ms. Young. I have no objection to the report. I think what you're recommending adoption is because of the length of time both dad and mom have not been able to be a parent to that child. Is that, Caitlin, is that what I'm understanding? Is
Yes.
that your thought
That's,
process? Okay.
that's one of the big reasons. Yes.
Okay. A lot of times, would you agree though, that when that happens, but there's a impetus to have the mom and dad stay in the person's life, you would slowly and gradually allow the child to visit with the mom or dad, but through supervised and then independent without supervised. There's a way to reinvigorate that relationship if it had to be. I don't know what's going to happen, obviously, in the future, but you've done that before, correct?
As an agency, yes, we have. I mean, it's like I said, it is doable. I think what the concerns that placement specifically has is the extent of the charges. They've been through her whole trial on the criminal side. They've heard the evidence. They've heard her statements. They're very worried and concerned that, something else is going to happen to either to this grandchild or another child. So their biggest concern is they're very hesitant to have her in his life long term if this is something that she's been formally charged with. Something she's admitted to doing, and it's concerning.
Well, let me ask you another question. Are there people that you're aware of that have any child abuse convictions for either a misdemeanor or a felony in this case that were reunited with their children in the past?
I don't know necessarily with my cases specifically. There has been some previously. I mean, I can't attest to the exact cases or situations, but
that's fair.
It's possible, yes.
Okay, that's fair. I don't have any more questions and I have no objection to the report.
Thank you. It is received. Questions, Mr. Brooks?
I just want to confirm, Ms. Young, that you personally told Aaron Schmidt about the date and time of the hearing we're conducting right now. Did you do that?
Yes, I did. I called him and I sent the email to everybody with the date and time with the court report. So it has been served to everybody, including your client.
When you called, did he personally answer the phone or did you leave a message?
He answered.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Any other witnesses or redirect? Ms. Thomas, or I'm sorry, Ms. Berger, did you have any questions for her?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right,
But I
back
have
to you,
nothing
Ms.
further, Your Honor.
Anyone else you'd like us to hear from, Mr. Mawad?
No, Judge, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brooks?
No, Your Honor, I'd simply ask you to confirm for me when, in fact, Mr. Schmidt's termination hearing is going to be, since Mr. Mawad is taking mine.
Very good.
I'll buy you a couple. I was going to say, I'll buy him a couple cigars and I'll bring his coffee next time I see him in the courthouse in the morning.
Ring size 50 or larger, please.
All right, well, now that that's settled, February 16th, Mr. Brooks. That will also be the date for our next regular review and permanency planning hearing for this child.
Time?
1:30 p.m.
I'll be here.
For purposes of Mr. Mawad's client, Ms. Bailey, that will be January 29th at 2:00 p.m. We'll have 2.5 hours that day, Mr. Mawad. Do you think that would be sufficient?
Judge, I haven't decided yet. Grandma and Grandma wants it to be a witness and maybe 2 other people. I've got to narrow it down because this thing has got to be heard and be adjudicated. So I'm hoping so. They would not be very long witnesses. It's just regarding Bailey's history and characteristics, but I'll do everything I can to get it done that day.
All right, and if we need to schedule more time, then so be it.
Okay,
We'll figure that out. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
okay.
All right, as it relates to any other final comments? Ms. Thomas?
I have none, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Mawad?
None, Judge.
Mr. Brooks?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Berger?
I have nothing additional, Judge.
Well, the court finds all parties were given notice for purposes of today's review hearing. And that the reasonable efforts towards the goal of adoption, which was set at our last hearing, are being pursued. I would hope that, we didn't hear a specific update on licensing, but if that's something that you could look into for us, Ms. Young, in the name of pursuing the goal of adoption, I'd like to know if the placement is licensed or is in the process of securing licensing, and if so, at what stage they are at that process.
Your Honor, I can answer that for you. They are a licensed foster home.
Thank you. All right, very good. Maybe just a note about that at the next juncture would be useful. And as always, your continued vigilance on whether or not either of the parents are accomplishing progress on the now secondary goal of reunification. And I'll look for a brief court report on those issues as it relates to Ms. Demansky on January 29th in preparation for that trial. And then our full report on February 16th, or any updates, I should say, about the father's progress. And as our termination trial proceedings will be about him on the 16th at 1:30 p.m., in addition to the regular review and permanency planning hearing. Are there any questions about that, Ms. Young?
No.
Thank you. All right, the child is in the safest and least restrictive environment that's available to him at this time. He is placed with, I believe, his maternal grandparents, who are relatives, and are taking care of him. He is well there. His father has not been in any communication with really the department in any significant way. This court still, frankly, has a lot of concerns about his abrupt absences and lapses in judgment and his understanding of those. I know we had at our last review hearing information substantiating that he was involved in a drunk driving car accident, which he had denied at the court hearing before that. But I'm also aware that your client has had head injuries. So we have a psychological evaluation, but we don't really have any neuropsych information on him. Ms. Young, if there is anything out there about that, I'd love to read up on it to find out if that contributes at all in any way to some of the behavior that we've seen over the course of the period of time that this child has been under the jurisdiction of the court and the supervision of the department. But I have those concerns as it relates to returning the child to his care. His disconnect from his relatives also is a concern that could have potentially afforded him additional supports in that way. So for those reasons, I do find it's a risk of harm to return the child to his father, who's absent, and his mother, of course, who's incarcerated. So he will remain in his placement pending our further proceedings, which again will be January 29th for the mother's trial on the termination petition, and then the 16th of February for review, permanency planning, and termination trial proceedings as it relates to Mr. Schmidt. It would appear that our jail has entered the waiting room finally. So Mr. Mawad, if you'd like, I'm happy to set you up with a breakout room to talk with your client to give her the updates.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. That's not a problem. Thank you.
Great. All right, counselors, unless there's any other questions, that's all for today. Back, we've secured Ms. Demansky. Ms. Demansky, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, very good. All right. Let's go ahead and get started then. Ms. Berger, your report whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I was able to meet in person with the children in this case. I was able to make the trip up to meet with MW, and both children reportedly are doing great. There is still some concern with MW. There's some CPS investigations basically related to like clean house complaints. When I was in the home, it was messy, but it wasn't anything that I was overly concerned about. I didn't call in and make a report or anything to that effect. Dad works nights, so it's kind of difficult with his off schedule. But it does seem that they are able to maintain and get that cleaned up a little.
Oh, she's frozen. Oh, boy. Okay, maybe we're frozen. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. It cut out after you finished telling us about your visit.
Yes. My Wi-Fi is awful. Let me switch to my I'll hotspot really fast. Is that any better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, hopefully that maintains. But I was able to visit the home, and MW is a joy to be around. He's very excited, lots of energy. He was showing me his toys in his room and putting, crowns and masks all over me. So that was enjoyable. And I was also able to talk with the caseworker on this case regarding MW as well, and his dad and stepmom. At this point, I believe that we can release him from the court's jurisdiction, or at least that's what my recommendation would be. He does have an order from the front of the court. He is filing to get that modified while mom is incarcerated. But I don't believe that there is a risk of harm as she is incarcerated for, I think, a year, at least 10 months, if not a year. And afterwards would be on probation. So I think that hopefully it would be appropriate to release MW from our jurisdiction. I was also able to visit with BS in person, and he is growing like a weed. He's very tall. He's talking a little more, he's signing a little more, he eats everything in sight. But he reportedly is doing great. His caregivers report that he's meeting some of his milestones. They do have some evaluations, and they are following up with all of those just to make sure, he's developing appropriately and on track as he should be. They tried to do a toddler bed with him. He did not like that. So they took that apart and kind of put that away for now. And they're trying to transition him to that. But he has not had visits with either parent, and the caregivers report that he has had lessened behavior since that has happened. So I think that is appropriate to continue on at this time. So I'm just asking for one more review with that child, and then for a goal change, and then for MW to be released. Thank you.
Testimony this morning, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Honor. If Ms. Young can be sworn in to provide her report, please.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Young.
Good morning.
You have provided a court report for today's hearing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And in addition to the court report, you've attached the case service plans. Was there anything else that you attached to the court report?
Yes, I also attached a police report that I found from Blissfield Police Department in regards to Mr. Schmidt.
Okay. And that incident did not happen during this review period, but did you just become aware of it?
Yes, this is one I was following up from the prior court hearing. We were trying to find a report that validated the car accident that he had reported he was in. This is the only one I found so far. I'm still trying to do some more digging for additional information.
And to the best of, I guess, your recap, does the court report corroborate his statement that he made regarding the car accident?
The court report or the?
I'm
police
sorry, the
report?
police report. I'm sorry, the police report.
The police report appears to be kind of a separate incident, but I don't know if it's necessarily a part of it. It doesn't state anything as far as a car accident, but that his vehicle was stolen and used by a friend and it was brought back. But he was also highly intoxicated, according to the police officers in the report, so it's kind of all over the place.
Thank you. During this last review period, I believe we're sort of at a little bit of an expedited review period. Has there been, I guess, can you just briefly summarize each parent's level of compliance with and benefit from the case service plan?
As of right now, I mean, as I stated in the prior report period, Ms. Demansky was facing her sentencing. She was sentenced to about a year in jail. I guess she's supposed to be scheduled to be out 6/28 of 2024, I believe, or around that time frame. So she's, doing whatever she can as far as services within the jail. I did speak to somebody at the jail last week about what she has available to her, and really all they have available is mental health services, psychiatric services, and then AANA. And then if there's any other additional things that she could potentially participate in, she's aware that she can request those things or at least notify me, and I can try to put a referral in. But I mean, she's as compliant as she can under her circumstances. And as far as Mr. Schmidt, his visits were suspended, so there's no concerns as far as parenting time. As far as his services, I'm working and trying to send out a release. I just got back Friday afternoon from him signed for his therapist. He said he started a new therapist that he speaks to over the phone. I don't know if it's every week or every other week. He wasn't really able to clarify that. I did go out to see his residence where he's staying now in Albion with his new girlfriend. The home was appropriate. I didn't have any concerns with the home. But as far as services, really the only thing he's doing right now is the therapy services, and I'm waiting to verify what that looks like.
And what would be the barrier to reunification with Mr. Schmidt at this time?
At this time, because there's been a substantial amount of time since he's seen the child, his last visit, and I believe I did note that in the court report, was on 3/20/23, where he had made some rude comments to me and said that he was done. He didn't want to complete anything else. He basically stepped away and wanted me to not contact him. I did give him a couple of weeks just to kind of take a step back, see how things were going. I tried to reach out to him, didn't really get a whole lot of response other than I told you I was done. And he kind of left it at that. I did get back in contact with him when he reached out to me, I want to say in end of May, early June, stating he was ready to try to re-engage in services. He found a new therapist. That's at that time, like I'm still waiting to verify that information. So that's kind of where we're at with all of that.
Thank you. As it relates to the LJL's request to release MW from the court's jurisdiction under this case, do you have any recommendation on that?
I think we are ready to release, but just to kind of elaborate though, because there was that CPS investigation, Mick was involved. They concluded that we can provide some services in the home to try to help make sure like the home stays clean. As the courts are aware from prior court hearings, they lost a child, about a year or two ago, that really has taken a toll on their mental health. We discussed that, talking about getting in some bereavement services or therapy services of some sort, just to kind of help with that, because it's a trickle down effect where your mental health can affect your everyday well-being. And if that is in fact what is going on, it will kind of assist with keeping the home clean, making sure that they're staying on task as far as meeting Mason's needs in the home and any concerns with that. The department's also working on purchasing some storage stuff, such as like a storage shelf, some bins, as well as a toy box for Mason for his room, just anything that they can do to try to help with some of that decluttering process. So we are trying to do the best that we can from afar. We have a courtesy worker that's been in the home multiple times a month. They had that NIC investigation, so those workers were in there. But at this time, they do have that 50-50 custody order in place. They're aware that if they were going to go for full custody, that they would need to do that. Has not been done thus far, so that order still stands with that 50-50. So at this time, as far as releasing him, we have no objection to that at this time.
Will those services that you've just mentioned regarding some of the in-home support stuff, can that continue with like ongoing work, or does a court need to retain its jurisdiction for that support to continue?
We may need to continue a jurisdiction, just either another short review period so that I can see if they have prevention services up in Genesee County. If they have prevention services, they could continue stuff voluntarily through that. We have that offered through us through our agencies, so, but every county is different in what they offer. So I could look into that and see specifically that portion and kind of proceed with that if that's acceptable.
Okay. And during the last 2 months, has Mr. Schmidt's communication with you increased to the point where you have a recommendation regarding a reintroduction phase with his child?
Well, I consulted with Therese Langen over at Parkside. I had a verbal recommendation from her. She hadn't met anybody in this case, so I just wanted to at least kind of touch base with her, see what her recommendation would be as far as, you know, should we reintroduce the child to the respondent parents? What's the likelihood that we could do that in a timely manner based on, this is what's outlined in that psychological evaluation, some of those concerns, the lapse of the parenting time since March. Her thoughts and questions to me were, what is the status of this TBI? So the traumatic brain injury that Mr. Schmidt had sustained has really kind of impacted, and how has it impacted his everyday life? Is it realistic to reintroduce a child? Is he going to stay in the child's life long-term, or is it going to be short-term when he gets overwhelmed again? So there's a lot of those questions that we have to get answered, and I think a lot of that's going to be more through his therapist. So that's why I'm trying to collaborate with this therapist to try to get that information.
And to the best of your knowledge, is Mr. Schmidt receiving any services or medical attention for his TBI?
Not to my knowledge. I know his parents had access to the U of M portal to some of those records, and they had indicated that he had missed several appointments. I don't know if he switched doctors or anything like that, but that's some of the stuff that I want to try to follow up with him to get more information on, because he was seeing a specific doctor at U of M. So the child and the dad's portal is all in the same, I don't know, the same access to it. So they were able to see that he had missed those appointments and were concerned.
And as it relates to mother, given the length of her incarceration or in the limited services available, are there any services or supports that you can provide, whether like through a hard copy parenting book or mailing things and getting her like a self-addressed stamped envelope to mail back? Is there anything like that that the department can do to support the current goal of reunification for Ms. Demansky?
Absolutely. I can talk to the jail and see what they'll allow me to send over there, as far as the stamps, envelopes, all that kind of stuff. Because sometimes since COVID, I mean, they've been really picky on what they're accepting in there. So I will discuss that with the jail again and see what she's allowed to have access to. And I can continually send some things over there. I have no problem with that.
And at this time, you are not asking for a change in the permanency goal, correct?
I'm recommending consideration of a goal change. Not necessarily to change the goal at this time, just the consideration.
Is there anything else that you'd like to highlight from your court report for the court's attention today?
At this time, I can't recall anything else that I would need to elaborate on.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor, and we would move to admit the court report with the proposed, well, I guess with the continued case service plans and the attachment. Thank you.
No
No
objection.
objection. No objection.
Thank you, they are received. Cross-examination, Mr. Marwan?
Just a couple of questions. I know that we talked a little bit over the phone regarding Bailey and her future. I'm not hearing that it is your desire to recommend termination at this point. Is that correct?
Correct. There's a couple options that we could explore, termination being one, guardianship would be the other.
Yeah, we did discuss guardianship. Okay. And is that something, so you want to obviously keep jurisdiction for these kids regarding Bailey? That'd be correct.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Questions?
Where is BS? Who is BS living with now?
He's currently residing with his paternal grandparents.
And how old is he?
He just turned 2.
And to your knowledge, when was the last time my client saw this boy?
March 20th, 2023 was the last report that I had.
And when is the last time you actually communicated with the father?
Yesterday. He sent messages back over the weekend.
Do you know why he's not here today?
He is at work and was not able to get time off, and they wouldn't allow him to go into the break room to participate by Zoom.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, any questions, Ms. Berger?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect, Ms. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. May I return to your seat. Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mawad?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks?
I do not.
Good. Ms. Berger, anybody you'd like us to hear from today?
No, Your Honor.
I look forward to comments and closing then, beginning with Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, it seems that Mr. Schmidt is back in communication with the department, and it seems that there needs to be further communication regarding treatment for his TBI and whether it is appropriate to continue towards reunification for the child. And that also, I guess, is in part due to mom's incarceration. Although it's not very lengthy relative to some of the other cases that we see, I think it's appropriate to look into some of the potential permanency goals. And as Ms. Young stated, maybe guardianship is appropriate at this time, but we are talking about a toddler who has spent a significant amount of time away from his parents. And so I think that during this review period, those things need to be explored. As always, the continued efforts towards reunification will continue. And as it relates to MW, I would request that we maintain jurisdiction during this review period to ensure that whatever supports are needed to maintain his safety can be provided, at least through our case and through the funding available in that regard. And then hopefully at our next review hearing, we will either have a court order or know whether those voluntary services are available in their county. And with that, we would just ask for another 90-day review to explore potential permanency options for, I guess, both children. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, could you articulate for me any outstanding reasons why that you see here that we could justify further extension of reviews, considering the fact that the child that we're really talking about, BS, was removed 3/26/22, clearly over the 15-month time frame, And really only under extraordinary circumstances is the court allowed to extend jurisdiction without consideration of the permanency and stability needs of this child.
Your Honor, while Ms. Demansky was not incarcerated, she had continued to make progress in her case service plan and complied with it. As far as a compelling reason, I cannot articulate one at this time. I think that for a majority of this case, we were waiting to find out what happened with the criminal charges. We were not sure if she would have any incarceration at all. But as it relates to Mr. Schmidt, given the lack of progress still and the inconsistent communication, I think as relates to him, at least we also don't have a compelling reason to continue towards reunification. Thank you.
Mr. Mawad?
So I am the child MW, correct?
The child at issue really here today, and I can tell you, I concur that MW, who's placed with non-respondent father, will likely be released. That seems to be in his best.
I don't have, I was gonna say, I really didn't have an objection to that because it sounds like the friend of the court is gonna handle some of that, if not all of it. So that's what I wanted to say. So as you know, my clients did receive a sentence for 12 months with the time. She gets out 10 months. It's not a prima facie termination. I'd like to see a guardianship if I can on this child to see what happens. I'd like you to keep it open, but I'm hoping the court doesn't terminate, not at this stage. But I like to see Bailey have some chance when she gets out of jail to reunify with these children some way through court supervision, whether it's through the friend of the court, whether it's through probate court, through a guardianship. That's what I'd like to see. I'm not sure what, obviously you're gonna let me know what you think, but I'm hoping the court doesn't terminate. That just might be. Thank you.
Mr. Brooks.
I can't, in all honesty, make an advocate for my client in this matter at all. I haven't spoken to him in months and months and months. So I don't know what his position is. The last one I heard is the one that was testified to by the department, which wasn't helpful to him continuing this matter at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. So if he's re-engaged, I really don't know about it. I too. So, but the direct answer to your question, do I have any compelling reasons to proceed with this case any further? No.
Ms. Berger. Oh, maybe having connectivity issues again with her on her end.
A bit, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My office Wi-Fi is crazy this morning, I guess. At this time, Judge, I don't think it's a secret that I have been requesting a petition for termination for quite some time. I don't believe we have to move forward with MW, like I stated previously. I think that Dad is securing a new order. He's with a non-respondent parent. The respondent parent is incarcerated. They're not getting any parenting time. But as far as BS, I do believe that at this point we can change the goal. I think that enough time has passed, quote unquote, waiting on the criminal case. And at this point, I have a hard time
I pressed the button so you couldn't hear it on this job.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Where did I
You cut out after you said at this point I can't.
Yes. At this point, I can't see a reasonable anything to grant a reasonable extension. We have a parent that has completed case plan services, has been compliant, but at this point is in jail for harming a child who is facing lifelong and long-term consequences from his physical injury. So at this time, I am asking that there be a goal change and that the department be ordered to file that petition for termination. Thank you.
All right, well, the court finds all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's hearing, and that reasonable efforts towards the goal of reunification have been made, as well as recognizing the diligence of Ms. Berger in satisfaction of her obligations as guardian ad litem. Thank you.
Thank you.
The court does agree that it's in the best interest of MW, who has been placed with his non-respondent father, who is a parent with legal rights in this case for a significant period of time. And although we've had some investigations, I also trust our guardian ad litem in her observations that these are not issues that should cause the court to intervene with the family any further, as well as the observations made by Ms. Thomas that during the testimony of Ms. Young, that those services that are in place to help support Mr. West in remaining successfully reunified with his son are in place and will not be affected by the release of this child. It will be the order of the court that MW is released from jurisdiction of the court into the primary care and custody of his father, Cody West, who will continue to be directed to secure a custody order. However, I do find that the custody order, even though it is joint at this point in time, does not pose a risk of harm to this child anytime soon, given the fact that the respondent parent, Ms. Bailey, will be incarcerated for a period of at least the next 10 months. So for those reasons, there is no immediate risk of harm to this child, and he will be released from the court's jurisdiction. Now, if Mr. West does not secure his custody order and this remains outstanding next June, I'm sure he can look forward to the department knocking on his door. So I hope that you will take that seriously, Mr. West, and continue to pursue court orders that will maintain the safety of your child in the future. As it relates to BS, as the court indicated previously on record, this child has been removed from the care and custody of parents from March 26, 2022. I want to say, I think it's great that Ms. Young has put enough time, effort, and consideration into this case to rightfully observe that Mr. Schmidt's limitations as a result of his TBI may be contributing to the issues that caused him to be absent from his child's life for a period of approximately 6 months. But my job is to look at what is in the best interest of the child. Under the statute, abandonment is only a period of 90 days. He's far and away clearly been absent with the intentionally absent, nevertheless, may I say, from the life of his child for a period of nearly 6 months at this point in time. He has engaged in some recommendations, but not all recommendations, benefited somewhat. But at the end of the day, he must show us that he's willing to be there for his child. And what I have observed is that he is not willing to do that. So for those reasons, it will be the order of the court that the termination of parental rights petition be filed as it relates to his parental rights, looking at the goal of adoption for the child BS. I also have to recognize in the same vein that Ms. Bailey Domansky will be absent from her child's life for the next 10 months. So despite some of her recent progress on some of those issues that surround the initial causation that brought this child in care, I also have to recognize that those allegations of severe abuse at the hands of his mother are also now the cause of a period of incarceration for the next 10 months. I cannot ask this child to wait another 10 months to have a parent available to him. It's not in that child's interest to do that. So for those reasons, the goal will be changed to adoption. If the parties wish to explore guardianship, I will never stand in the way of that. But as I can see here today, I'm not sure how the child would be able to benefit from a guardianship. That is something that is shown to be appropriate where we have a parent whose relationship with the child is a point of resiliency and support for that child. Ms. Domansky has been engaged with services and visitation as well as she's been able to However, that has not been shown to be a compelling reason to look at guardianship, but I would certainly support the department exploring that and any other avenues that may be in the best interest of the child pending our next review hearing. But I have to look at his needs, the trauma that he's been in, and the stability and permanency that he needs, and whether or not there would be any reasonable period of time that we could look for Ms. Demansky to make adequate progress. And I do not find that 10 months is a reasonable period of time. So for those reasons, the goal has changed to adoption for this child. The court will order that the department file that petition within 30 days of today, have that timely filed and served by our next review hearing, which will also be a date and time for the termination trial on November 13th, commencing at 10:30 in the morning, assuming Mr. Mowad's available.
Should be available. May I make one correction?
Sure.
The victim in the criminal case was not her child.
Thank you. You're right.
Okay, that's, it's not gonna change your mind, but I just wanted to just make that clear. And November 13 sounds right. I got a ton of trials between now and then, but we'll figure it out. If there's an issue, I'll let the court know.
Yes, let me know as soon as possible.
All right.
I will look for a different date if necessary, because my assumption is that you would need more than an hour and a half, and so I've scheduled this for beginning at 10:30 and going to the end of the day. But if you don't think we're gonna need that much time, perhaps you can let me know.
Okay, will do.
All right, in the meantime, he will remain in the care and custody of his relatives under the temporary jurisdiction of the court. That is the safest and least restrictive place for him at this time, given the unavailability of both parents at this time. Absence of his father, as well as the incarceration of his mother, being the primary reasons therefore, in addition to the rest of the reasons that the court has explored. Unless there's any questions, that's all for today, and we'll see you all on the 13th.
The trial, can we just jump to best interest? Is that what we're dealing with?
It'll be a review, and typically the review is consolidated with the termination trial proofs, because the allegations will be
Perfect. I
under the
got you.
statute.
Okay.
And
Very
then permanency planning in case something happens between now and then.
Okay, thank you.
0545.
Well, first I want to just thank the attorneys for our bench conference. Really enjoy the opportunity to talk with them about a few aspects of the case that many of which we've already discussed today. But I believe, I think we're going to end up with an adjournment to allow a second psychological evaluation. And I'll let them go ahead with any other comments that they might have on the sidebar, beginning with our guardian ad litem.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I do believe that we are requesting some additional time to have another evaluation done for mom and to explore other avenues of permanency for this child. So I do believe that we are asking for this day to be reset. We are out of time for the day as well. So before we can finish, I'm asking that we get another date and some more time to explore all the options.
Ms. Thomas?
I concur with the LJ on this matter.
I concur.
All right, very good. Well, our next regular review is set for February 16th, so I think that's probably a bit soon. So we'll, I think, let that one go on as scheduled and then look for some time in March. Does that give you enough time to secure the psychological, or do you want a full 90 days?
Yeah, I think it's full 90 days. I hate the idea of having to extend this out another 3 months, but given, honestly, the last time we tried to schedule one, we were scheduling a month out. And by the time it's completed and then written, I don't know that we'll have it by early March. So,
yep, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. Do you have any idea where we're at in this?
Well, if we do that, we are looking at, we can come back together on Monday, the 8th or Tuesday, the 9th of April.
Tuesday the 9th.
Yes, so that would be a 3:30 spot.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't mind doing that. I just will be appearing via Zoom.
Option B is go to the 23rd.
Of April?
Yes, if you'd like to be the first one.
I don't mind being on Zoom if no one else, Matt, if everyone's okay with that.
I don't care. I mean, whichever, 9th, 23rd, it gives us some time now to see what the report reveals and maybe talk more.
Well, let's go ahead and schedule it for the 23rd. Is there, right now you have open on the 22nd and the 23rd. Is there any preference?
I would prefer afternoon if that's okay.
I'm not available the 22nd, but I am anytime.
All right. 1:30, April 23rd?
Sure.
All right, so what we're gonna do is leave the proofs open then, and essentially conclude with another review, and any additional arguments will take place on that April 23rd date at 1:30. We will be asking the department to make that referral, and then it will be up to Mr. Mawad to secure permission and logistics around that opportunity.
I'll get on it, Judge. Thank you.
All right, it would appear that all other prior court orders would remain in full force and effect, and that would be most appropriate. Anything else then for the record?
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right, thanks again. We'll see you back April 23rd at 1:30.
I'll be in touch with you, Bailey, okay? I'll.
Okay.
Hey, this is in the matter of the Smith children, file 20545.
All right, we're here today on a review permanency planning hearing and a motion to reinstate parenting time following an ex parte to suspend the bench conference. Just to briefly address whether or not we'll have a full hearing on that, and my understanding is we're just going to take the issue of parenting time as part of today's review. But I'll let the attorneys confirm that after appearances, beginning with our guardian ad litem.
Good morning, Honor. Ariel Berger here as the guardian ad litem for the minor children.
Ms. Sasha Thomas, counsel for the department.
Caitlin Young, Department of Health and Human Services.
Michael Brooks, I represent one of the fathers, Aaron Schmidt.
And Elias Muad, representing mom, Bailey Demansky.
And I am Bailey Demansky, mother of both.
Mr. Aaron Schmidt, I believe you are with us by Zoom today. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. All right, very good. Counselors, could you confirm that our bench conference simply was about that, or give us any comments that you might want about that? Let's start with Ms. Thomas.
Your Honor, I simply to reflect that I had asked for a bench conference just to review the procedure for today, given that there was the motion in ex parte.
With the statements made by Ms. Thomas are correct, Judge. And what you said was correct.
I'm just along for the ride on Mr. Mawad's motion, so I have no clue.
Ms. Berger?
I have nothing to add from our bench conference. I believe that we'll just hear any other motions with the review today.
Thank you. Perfect. All right. So then let's get to it. Your report, Ms. Berger, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I was able to do virtual visits with the families and the children this reporting period. BS is reportedly doing really well. He's growing like a weed. He's obsessed with dinosaurs. Placement was able to show me his dinosaur toy box and toys and bed and all of the fun things they got on a Prime Day. They do have a toddler bed that the agency has ordered there that they are waiting on, so they can transition him into that. He is sick again. That poor kid can't catch a break. He has strep throat right now. I think he's probably had every sort of sickness that kids can get from daycare and beyond in the last couple of months. But other than that, he seems to be doing all right. He has a full mouth of teeth. He's just waiting on a couple of molars. He's been to the dentist 2 or 3 times already. He is exceeding expectations as far as development. He's talking, he's running around like a crazy little madman. Placement reports that he's very coordinated for how young he is. He's not tripping and falling over himself when he's running around. That he loves going to the park. He loves eating. He seems to be doing really well with his placement. Likewise with the minor child MW, he is exhibiting less and less behaviors now. He seems to have stabilized a little bit more. He does still have some temperaments, temper tantrums, but his father reports that he is doing really well as well. He has filed for a friend of the court order, I believe, and I don't know that he's filed again asking for that to change since Ms. Demansky has pled in her criminal case. But I believe if not, he does plan to do so. So at this time, they are continuing to thrive in their current placements. Father Schmidt has not re-engaged. I did attend a family team meeting with him this reporting period, and he did seem like he was going to re-engage, but he did not. I don't think he's had any visits. Visits for mother have been suspended. So at this time, I'm just asking for those things to continue, that there be another review period set, and that we consider filing a petition for termination related to Father Schmidt. Thank you.
Thank you, Honor. If Ms. Young can please be sworn in to give her report.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Ms. Young.
Morning.
Briefly, can you state how you are familiar with this case?
I am the assigned caseworker.
So you're providing foster care case management services to the family?
I am, yes.
And you provided a court report for today's hearing?
Yes.
And other than the court report, are there any attachments that you've included?
Just the case service plan, there was no service provider reports.
Okay, I can hear it.
Shouldn't have any more interruptions.
And as it relates to your court report or the case service plans, are there any updates or modifications that need to be made to the reports?
There is one that I do want to note. So on page 2 of the court report, section 2, under the placement information, B, best interest. I did have in there, it was a typo on my part. We're in the best interest section for BS to return to the care of his father. We do need to modify that to remain in the care of his current relative placement. That was a former recommendation for his best interest. But this time is the only, I believe, update that I have.
Thank you. And in your report, you indicate that, are we on YouTube? Okay. You indicate that the oldest child is with his father at this time?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And the youngest child is in a paternal relative placement?
Yes, they're a licensed foster home as well.
And your report indicates that sibling visits may not have been happening because the youngest was sick, as Ms. Berger has indicated.
Yeah, he's been really sick, especially like end of May through all of June. It's been like back to back things that they've been dealing with.
Since the last review hearing, there has been an ex parte order entered to suspend parenting time. Your report doesn't necessarily, maybe I missed it, but it doesn't seem that you're offering an opinion as to whether to maintain that or change it. Do you have an opinion regarding parenting time?
This is kind of where I'm trying to weigh different options. So I kind of see where Ms. Berger was coming from with her recommendations as far as the suspension of the visits. I don't necessarily agree professionally on all of everything that was in that motion, especially in regards to an investigation that was underway. Ms. Demansky had nothing to do with that incident that happened in March that was referenced in that motion. So I don't necessarily agree with everything that was in it. Did we need to suspend visits? I don't know. I'm kind of mixed in the air. The visits were going very well. We didn't have any concerns with Ms. Demansky's supervised parenting time. I would have been fine continuing with those visits. I do understand, yes, she entered a plea agreement for the second-degree child abuse. I fully understand and respect her decision in doing that. I don't fully agree with suspending of visits. Now, as far as Mr. Schmidt, his visits were prior suspended by the courts at the last hearing due to his lack of participation and his refusal to participate. He's since re-engaged with me to try to, try to get back in services, but he's moved out of county. So we're just trying to figure out a plan of what he's gonna participate in, try to get in touch with his attorney to discuss the parenting time for him specifically, because like I said, it was suspended the previous court hearing.
If Mr. Schmidt were to be permitted to have parenting time with his child, do you have an opinion as to whether there would be a risk of harm to the child's physical health or mental well-being?
I do feel that it's a concern that he hasn't been engaged for several months, and it was at least a month prior to the last court hearing, he stopped engaging in services and refusing to continue with parenting time. So it's been approximately 4 months, so he would have to be reacclimated into that supervised setting. We wouldn't go right to unsupervised, what we were doing prior to that. And so at this time, if we were to reengage, it could very well have an impact on his mental health and well-being.
And as it relates to the older child, Ms. Berger had made a comment about the father potentially filing a change of custody. Do you have any updates on that?
I spoke to dad and stepmom this morning. The stepmom did try to go and refile that for him. He works nights, so she was trying to file it while he was sleeping. And they would not allow her to file it, but she's not the legal parent. So they're gonna go this Friday when he's off work, get that refiled up in Genesee County. They were filing for the full custody, from my understanding.
In both of their children's placements, do you believe that it is the least restrictive environment to ensure their safety and give them the most family-like setting?
At this time, yes.
And during this review period, have you had the opportunity to discuss the case service plan with both parents?
I have briefly with both parents. I was able to meet with Ms. Demansky at her placement where she's currently residing with her grandparents. And then I also have met, as Ms. Berger stated, with Mr. Schmidt for a family team meeting separately. So we did kind of have a discussion of kind of what was expected, kind of what to look forward to for this court hearing, as well as, Ms. Demansky's pending sentencing. So we did have a discussion about a variety of things that were coming up.
And you stated that Mr. Schmidt has not been engaged in services during this review period?
He has not. He had indicated that he was looking for a new therapist because he's since moved out of county. So the therapist he was going to was in Monroe County. He's now, I believe, in Jackson County.
And as far as Ms. Demansky, has she engaged in any services to address the issues that cause the children to come into care?
She's completed most all of her services. I think the last piece that we were waiting for was her sentencing, just to kind of see what was going on with that. And she was previously receiving supervised parenting time with that parent aid aspect intertwined with this. So because of visits being suspended, there's nothing further for her to complete.
Do you know if she's continuing to engage in any therapy or any other services?
She was doing it on her own. She had already completed therapy through Catholic Charities.
And as relates to the benefit from the services, it's a little hard, I know, when parenting time is suspended, but do you have an opinion as to whether she's demonstrated any benefit from services?
Per discussions, I mean, she seems to be very remorseful of kind of what happened. We talked about some of the things. I mean, I think it was a significant situation where she was very overwhelmed. And, she lashed out and, we discussed a little bit of that. And could it happen again? We don't know. That's not, I can't predict the future, but, I think this has definitely been a real eye opener for her to kind of see and, this is what's happened with her actions. This is how it's affected the kids moving forward. I mean, like I said, I can't predict what's going to happen at sentencing or anything like that. I think for right now, if she were to re-engage in a supervised setting, I think she would be fine. Like I said, she does very well during those supervised parenting times. The kids seem very receptive to her and they get excited during those visits. So like I said, I don't have a problem doing the supervised parenting times if that's preferred.
And what are the barriers to reunification today?
One of the biggest barriers, especially for Ms. Nancy, as I mentioned, she's pending sentencing. I don't know specifically what's gonna come. I think it's July 27th or 28th. So I don't know what's gonna be coming of that. And depending on what her sentence will be, we'll really kind of determine what we're going to be doing as far as our case, whether we're gonna file a petition or if we're gonna move forward, continue with that reunification piece, or if we change essentially even to a guardianship. I need that key aspect for her. As far as Mr. Schmidt, he needs to reengage in services. At one point, we were ready to reunify, and then I don't know what happened. Things just kind of escalated. He decided to step back. He needed some time, some space, and that was about 4 months ago. So there hasn't been any visits, no services, nothing in those 4 months.
And what is the current permanency goal?
Currently, the goal is still reunification, concurrent plan of action.
And is today's hearing, you're here for permanency planning hearing as well. Do you believe that it is still in the children's best interest to maintain those permanency goals for them?
I do. I think that we do need to consider a goal change, especially with a lot of the things that are going to be coming up here in the next couple of weeks. Like I said, there's a couple of options that we could take a look at, whether that's filing a termination petition or moving towards like a guardianship route. Those are some other options. I don't necessarily want to go for termination. That's not necessarily what these kids need. They need permanency, yes, but they also need mom and dad in the picture as well.
Is there anything else that you'd like to highlight from your court report or just from your knowledge of the case for the court today?
I mean, just to kind of touch base what Ariel was stating about the kids. I mean, these kids they're great kids. They really are. MW, he's full of life. He's got a big personality. He's very active. I did note too that he still is continuing in therapy services. It's just he's 5. It's very hard for him to engage in services. So they're doing the best that they can with that, trying to navigate everything. I do want to know just a quick update too, as far as the complaint that had come in back in March. I had to reach out to law enforcement to kind of see where they were at as far as their investigation of the incident. So it's my understanding they started doing some interviews. They're going to set up a CAC interview with MW potentially on the 26th of this month. And then we were going to, I got the go ahead from law enforcement to just go ahead and set up the CTAC evaluation as well for him. And we're going to do that here in Lenawee. So Dad's going to bring him down for that assessment as well. So there's a lot of things that are going to be coming still in the future. As far as MW, as far as BS, he's still doing very well. Yes, he's had some setbacks as far as his medical needs. He's been dealing with COVID, he's been dealing with bronchitis, strep. So it's been an ongoing thing the past couple of months for him, just recovering, and he gets to feeling better and then he gets sick again. So this last week he was diagnosed with strep, and just poor little guy. I mean, he's hanging in there. He's doing good despite that. He did get assessed for early on services. He qualified for speech therapy, so he's going to be starting with that. And it was my understanding come February, he should qualify for a possible IEP through Lincoln Schools near where he resides. So he'll get services within that school district as well. That could potentially follow through with him through later years in school. So, but overall, both boys are doing very well. They've adjusted very well to their placements. They have a good, solid schedule and routine, and they're doing very well in their placements.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness. I would move to admit the court report in addition to the case service plans as proposed.
No objection.
No objection.
Clarification, not necessarily an objection. Paragraph on page 2, paragraph 2B, there is a recommendation that my client's child be returned to him, which is 180 degrees different from what's on page 6, which says he needs to be warned that his parental rights terminated.
And so what I had indicated in the very beginning of my testimony is that that should read that he should remain in his relative care instead of being returned to the care of the father with those services. So just, that was our recommendation. It was a misprint on my end.
With that, I have no other objections.
Thank you, they are received. Questions, Ms. Berger?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Malloy?
If you just one, first of all, I appreciate your honesty. You've always been great to deal with. Have you done any thinking about if Judge Anzalone sentences my client to say the worst possible case scenario, I believe would be 6 months. Obviously, the judge has the right to censor probation, 30 days, 90 days, 6 months. And she's out in 5 months. Would you consider holding off on a petition to terminate and allow her to come out for reunification? Have you thought about that yet at all? And if not, that's okay. I just wanted to see what your thought process was if there's a short term of incarceration.
Like I said, it just really depends on what is going to happen at sentencing. We're not objectionate to continuing with reunification, but it's this key piece that's really kind of holding us up as far as moving forward with that. I mean, like I said, she's completed her case service plan. She's done all of that. It's just this key component is that last piece that we need to figure out and where we need to move forward.
Appreciate you. I don't have any more questions, Judge.
No questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. Can you return your seat? Other witnesses?
Not today, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Berger?
I have no witnesses, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Malloy?
No witnesses, Judge.
Mr. Schmidt, is there anything you want to tell the court?
Not at this time, no.
No witnesses.
All right, comments?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we are requesting the goal remain reunification with the concurrent goal of adoption, with the understanding that there will be further discussions pending Ms. Demansky's sentencing. And obviously, given the outstanding custody issue with the older child, and then the fact that the younger child is with a relative placement, I think that there are some opportunities to discuss different permanency plans for these children. And given that they are stable and in the least restrictive environment, we do ask that they remain there and continue this case out for another review hearing. Thank you.
As of today, parenting time for both parents continues to be suspended.
Your Honor, given Ms. Young's testimony, I think that it is appropriate to maintain that suspension pending the sentencing hearing solely because of the potential psychological harm of reintroducing in a supervised setting and then Ms. Demansky going away again, coming back. I think we should be mindful of that. And then also until Mr. Schmidt has an opportunity to engage in services, understand how to refamiliarize himself with his child, I do believe that there still is a risk of harm to the child that he would be having parenting time with. So we would just continue to request that suspension.
Okay, how does the department intend to address the issues that have arisen most frequently with Mr. Schmidt? I was just reviewing the file to make sure I didn't miss anything, frankly. It looks like the initial removal petition and even the prior CPS history in this case all revolved around failure to protect and some other issues that had nothing to do with the recent struggles that Mr. Schmidt has had.
Your Honor, it is my understanding that parenting classes were part of the case service plan.
Can I?
Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I was like,
Sorry, I should have asked you why you were on this.
Oh, that's okay. I can further explain it if you're okay with me doing that. He did complete the Orchards program. I believe it was about a 6-month program. And that at that point, once he completed that program specifically, that's where that recommendation to return to his care with FRP services through Orchards was introduced. And it was at that point we tried to do the FRP services. He didn't engage with them. And then he stopped communicating with the majority of us. And the communication that we did have was very spotty. It was kind of inappropriate. Like he basically told me to F off and was like, I'm done. I'm done fighting. I'm done doing this. He didn't come to the last court hearing because he said he was done. I'm trying to get him re-engaged in services. He's since moved. She's got a new girlfriend. He's got a new job. He's trying to find a therapist in that area to kind of address some of the things that he needs to address as far as mental health, because he was expressing a lot of issues dealing with that aspect of things. So I think once he can get re-engaged and get into that mental health services and try to get back on track, I think he'd be in a better place to try to get re-introduced to his son further down the line. So I am in agreement with that with Thomas.
Has there been a substance abuse assessment scheduled for him, or any kind of reevaluation to discover what might have led to? Because I know there was a car accident and I heard the word relapse, but I was not aware that there was any substance issues with this gentleman.
We did a random drug screen with him and it was negative, so there wasn't any further concern with that. I mean, there was comments that was made by the relative caregiver, but outside of that, we don't have any solid evidence that there was any substance abuse concerns at all. He submitted the drug screen and that's what we asked of him. If it was positive, then we would have addressed that, but that wasn't a concern at that moment.
I understand he was in a car accident at some point.
So it depends on what story you get. From my understanding, a deer hit him and then he had to get his vehicle fixed. And I don't know if he was in another car accident, actually involving another vehicle, or I don't know specifically. I'd have to have that conversation with him again, but he ended up getting a whole new vehicle. And that's when he had moved, trying to kind of start over essentially. So I don't know specifics of what happened with that.
Will you look a little bit further into that in our next review period, including perhaps even find a copy of any police reports, traffic reports, or anything else around what's been happening? Because those are pretty significant changes.
I can have that discussion with them and get more information.
All right, counselors, questions based on my questions?
No, not on behalf of myself or Mr. Mansky.
No, Your Honor.
None, Judge, thank you.
No, yeah, thank you, Ms. Okay, onward to comments by Ms. Berger.
Yes, thank you, Judge. At this time, I am asking for parenting time to continue to be suspended. I am in agreement with the specification by the caseworker that we should keep that in place definitely until their sentencing. And I agree with Miss Thomas. And if we would reintroduce and then mom would go away again, it would create additional trauma to these children. So definitely, I want to see what happens at sentencing to see if I would change my recommendation regarding the continued suspension of parenting time. I also think that it may be time to consider change, at least for father, again, maybe holding off on mothers until after that sentencing. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. I really, really find it difficult and don't know if I would be able to ever recommend a full reunification at this point, specifically with the types of injuries that were sustained by this child. So I continue to have reservations there, even if case plan services are completed. So I think at this time, I just want to really see what happens at that sentencing and see if father is able to re-engage. But I am recommending that we continue with the suspended time. Thank you.
Judge, I appreciate it. I think more of my comments to the motion that was filed by Ms. Berger to get the suspension are just more of my comments and my observations, and you can make your decision. So paragraph 2, she says that Ms. Demansky, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2 have to do with her guilty plea and her admittance that she was guilty. I don't think it's ever been an issue during this reunification. She's never denied in this proceeding that nothing happened. I don't think that plays a part into the motion. There's other allegations that the minor child, BS, more importantly, exhibited severe behavior after visiting mother. Quite frankly, I haven't seen anything. I haven't heard anything as far as testimony is concerned, and I haven't seen anything to that effect. And it also says that the 3 older children that have been released from the jurisdiction have recently disclosed that they heard mother beating the brother and that he was screaming. It's the first I've heard of it. I don't know where Ms. Berger got that from. Obviously, some adult should not be talking to his kids about this incident. I'm not saying he's Ms. Berger, so I want you to know that. That's not what I'm saying. She probably heard it from another source, and I just don't think that's correct. Then we get into some, I think, behavior that MW was sexually abused. And I appreciate Caitlin and her honesty that my client's not the target on that investigation. She's not being investigated for anything. Regarding any allegations that come out of MW as far as any CSC issues or violent behavior. Other than that, I just didn't see anything in her motion that corroborated any objective evidence of anything that Bailey has done wrong to merit the suspension. Yes, she's being sentenced by Judge Anzalone on the 27th. That is correct. And so I just wanted to make that a record. Obviously, your discretion on how you want to handle the suspension, whether or not you want to wait or if you want to do that, make a ruling today, however you want to. It's fine. But I just wanted to let you know my thoughts on Ms. Berger's motion. She's doing her job. I get it. I just disagree with the lack of objective evidence in her motion. That's all.
Mr. Brooks?
The comments are directed to my clients, Your Honor, since I haven't spoken to him very much. Mr. Schmidt, when I first got this case, I thought this was going to be easy. They didn't have much of anything against you. The only thing that's kept you in this case, the only reason your child has not been returned to you is because in plain English, you haven't done anything. Now, if you want your child back, you've got to participate in this case, cooperate with the plans, and do the work. If you don't intend to do that, you're not going to get this child back. So I'm asking you to decide which way you want to go with this. Do you want to cooperate and do the work? Or do you want to just continue as you have and eventually, as is said in the report, wait for the department to file a motion to terminate your parental rights? Thank you.
Well, the court finds all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's review and permanency planning hearing, as well as the motion on reinstatement of parenting time. I suppose the only concern I have in restating parenting time is the behaviors that are reported to have been associated after parenting time, which is not necessarily uncommon for a child that has to see a parent and then not see a parent for extended periods of time. Clearly, that is stress for the child, but it's also important to maintain the bond between the parent and child. I do see also that we have some new concerns, and I say new, meaning new since the filing of the petition around the other child, MW. Again, these have not been directed towards Ms. Bailey Demansky. But that is her child. And we await further investigation on the point. We also continue to await an early on evaluation for the child at issue here, BS. I'd like to ask who we typically ask in these situations about parenting time. Should we, I think Ms. Brene Moore has made some recommendations for us before on parenting time. So if we could ask a professional on this to give us a recommendation, have a look at the case, and look at parenting time for both of these parents with this child, I think that could be very useful. What the timeline is on that, I don't know. Because I know our service providers are carrying very high caseloads. So I'm going to leave the suspension in place because of that potential risk of harm to the child mentally and emotionally, not necessarily physically. We have some outstanding questions to be answered on the sentencing. So I think because of those reasons and because of Mr. Schmidt's absence as well, that suspension will remain in place until we can have something from our professional. And even if that's a reintroductory type schedule, I'd like to see this done in a way that serves the interest of the child and secures against any mental and emotional risk of harm to his well-being, which I think is a risk at this point, given father's extensive absence and the sort of almost, well, the absence of mother based on the motion by our GAL, but also because of some, and some of those issues that he's having around parenting time. There's a request in the court report for an accelerated review period. So I would like to ask our other attorneys if they think that would be useful as well.
Well, I think you mentioned Renee Moore. She's pretty backed up. So she's gonna get sentenced next week, so that's good. Here's what kind of my thought process is. I'm not worried about getting something quick. I'll tell you why. I want to see what happens with the sentencing. And then maybe I file a motion to cope regarding what happened at sentencing and maybe for a request to get her parenting time. By then, hopefully we'll have more information on all these other issues. So I'm not sure what you're thinking as far as time, but I want it to be done right and thorough. And I want to make sure that I represent Bailey and not rush it.
So the earliest available review would be Monday, August 28th in the afternoon. But our regular review timeframe would be October.
Yeah, okay.
I can land in September.
So let's do that. I may be in a continued CSD trial in Berry County, but listen, if something happens, we got to move it for a week. You guys are always great on that, but I'd like to keep that date if it's good with Ms. Thomas.
You want the earlier one?
Yeah, we could, August 28th?
Yeah.
Or what was the other date, Jen?
August 28th, I can go out from there.
What would be the next date after that?
Well, I have an hour on the 30th at 10. And then going into September, it looks like I have Tuesday the 5th.
I would appreciate the 5th, so I'm out of my jury trial. I can attend to that if that works with the court.
Ms. Berger, do you have commitments on the 5th?
Sorry, September 5th, I'm available.
All right, I have 10 a.m.
That's fine.
All right, so let's set our next review and permanency planning hearing on September 5th. And so for the purposes of tackling the issue of parenting time, I'm gonna essentially just put in the order that I'd like a professional to be consulted and that the department follow the recommendations of that professional, even if we receive them before we come back. And of course, Ms. Berger, I'm sure will be vigilant as always and let me know if she disagrees with the professional's recommendations.
Yes, she's been
vigilant. Sorry.
10.
10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
10 o'clock?
Yes, and you'll have your coffee ready for you at 10 when you walk in, okay?
Well, equally important as the time, as this court well knows.
September 5th at 10 a.m. for permanency planning and review hearing. Your Honor, as far as I'm concerned, that resolves your parenting time motion.
Yes, it does. It does. I appreciate you. Thank you.
May I just have a question for clarification, because this comes up quite a bit when we have suspension parenting time and trying to gather information. If our option boils down to a bonding assessment, depending on the professional's recommendation, can the parent participate in a bonding assessment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because if that's a recommendation from the professional about parenting time, then to me, that's supported by the professional in making that determination. So
Your Honor, just to kind of further clarify, so we're already gonna get a CTAC evaluation set up for MW. Would it be appropriate that we do a bonding assessment as part of that? And that be that recommendation to fulfill that portion, and then work on getting the recommendation for BS through a different source?
So I think you've got
Do it all together.
to unpack that a little bit. I would prefer that if it's gonna be Brene Moore, for example, that you ask her that question. If she would find that useful, if she thinks that that's a safe thing for the child as she makes her decision on parenting time. So in other words, if Brene thinks it's okay to do the bonding assessment, then do it. Now, if you're asking the CTAC evaluator to make the recommendation, then obviously it would be up to that professional. But contact between either parent and his child, I would like to be sanctioned by a professional. So, okay, does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions on that point?
No, not on behalf of myself and Ms. Demansky. She understands.
Well, I do find reasonable efforts are being made towards the goal of reunification. This is a complicated case. We wish Mr. Schmidt the best of luck moving forward. Hopefully he's able to tackle some of these things that have come up recently, and we'll wait for Ms. Young to tackle all of her homework assignments and let us know what the outstanding issues are moving forward, and what services are being put into place for both parents in order to help try to remedy that in pursuit of our continued goal of reunification. At this point, that will continue to be the goal. We are getting to the point where I'll have to make a decision on what is best for this child moving forward, and it will probably be within either this time frame or the next 60 days or so. But I agree with Ms. Young that permanency is important, but so are the parents of this child. And the ideal resolution here is to see one of these parents be able to provide a home for their child. So I'm not going to make a goal change today. I'll reserve that for our next review hearing. And I certainly find Ms. Young in satisfaction of her obligations, as well as Ms. Berger. Thank you, ladies. There remains a significant risk of harm associated with returning the children of Ms. Bailey to her care for the reasons that we've articulated today, especially that outstanding question on what's going to be happening with her criminally speaking, as well as the need to continue to demonstrate progress on her case services goals. Mr. Schmidt's been absent, so I need Ms. Young to do some more investigation on that point, as I previously articulated. So I'm not going to be able to return his child to him as of today. We have those outstanding risks that have been actually more recently identified that need to be addressed. So children will remain with the respective places that they're in, relative as well as parent, pending our next review hearing, which will be September 5th at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
That's all for today.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, Lord, I've got a Prussian guard.
Permanency planning hearing and a trial on a petition for termination of parental rights. I've had the pleasure of a sidebar with our attorneys, and I will let them update the record on that after appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ariel Berger here as the guardian ad litem.
Ms. Tasha Thomas, counsel for the department.
Caitlin Young, Department of Health and Human Services.
Elias Mawad appearing on behalf of Mother Bailey Demansky.
Ms. Demansky, if you could.
Bailey
Sorry, go ahead.
The mother of Braden Schmidt.
Thank you so much. All right, comments about the sidebar?
Your Honor, I think that all parties are in agreement. But one of the main reasons we had adjourned this termination of parental rights hearing back in January, the end of January, was to try to get a second psychological evaluation completed to determine whether there had been benefit from services provided that mother could not exercise parenting time, to demonstrate that for proofs as relates to the petition to terminate her parental rights. To my understanding, that has been scheduled. Mr. Mawad was able to accomplish that and get her the ability to go out and do that even in May. So we do not have that information back yet. So it was my understanding that we are still going to ask to move forward with a review hearing and then continue the termination hearing to a later date.
Mr. Mawad, anything you'd like to add to that?
No, that is true. Just a quick question. Bailey, when is your out date at the jail? Just a quick question.
My out date is June 8th at midnight.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Other than that, Judge, everything's true and accurate.
Ms. Berger?
I have nothing to add.
Very good. All right, so then for today's purposes, my understanding is we'll just do the review, and essentially just adjourn the termination trial to be held with the next review. Yes, sure. Well, Ms. Berger, whenever you're ready with your report.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I was able to visit virtually with the minor child during this reporting period and talk with his caregiver several times. He is still growing like a weed. He's in the 97th percentile for height and weight. He actually hasn't been as sick lately, which is good because he generally is a sick little kid. He was diagnosed with asthma and I think allergies. And with those medications, he seems to be sick a lot less. So he does have some albuterol if needed for his asthma. And I think Zyrtec is what he's taking for those allergies. So those seem to have helped a lot with kind of his ongoing issues with being sick a lot. Placement reports, I haven't heard from dad at all. So the child has not had contact or visits with either parent at this time. But he has been reevaluated. So he might be starting OT in August. We might be able to get him on an IEP, so he's ready for preschool. But he's just kind of having some transitional issues that they've noticed, like going from young toys like infant toys or younger toddler toys to like toys that would be more age appropriate for him. He's not really liking those transitions, but they might be able to address those with OT, so that is a positive for him. But otherwise, he tested out early on. He's developmentally on track in all of those other areas.
All right, witness testimony today, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Your Honor. If Ms. Young can please be sworn in.
Ms. Young?
Your Honor, I will be asking placement to testify today. I don't know if we want to sequester or not.
Your Honor, I don't have a reason to sequester only because I know that by court rule placement is permitted to look at the court report. So I'm not sure that there's anything that would be put on the record that is not already.
Yeah, I don't have an objection, Judge. Fine.
Perfect, thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Young. Today there is a court report that you have provided, and it looks like it's only inclusive of the court report and the case service plan. Is that accurate?
That is it.
And since you circulated and filed this court report and case service plan, have there been any other documents that you have received or circulated that you would like the court to consider for today's hearing?
I have not circulated it yet because I just got it from my office. It was something that was sent over to my office from Mr. Mansky from the jail. There is the signed case service plan that we reviewed last week during a meeting. And then she sent over copies of her certificate of completion for different classes that she's had access to on the tablet, from my understanding.
I'm guessing there's not a copy for everyone right now.
At this time, no. I will email that out to everybody so everybody has a copy. It's just, I wanted to make sure that I brought it along to show that, yes, she has been completing some of these classes and this is what she provided.
Can you go through the documents that you have, please? And can you please state, we know that there's a signed case service plan. So other than that, can you please go through each document for the certificate of completion?
Yes, there's
State
several of
headers.
them, so I'll it here. All right, so she did provide a proof of incarceration with the dates of when she entered jail and then her expected out date. There was the proof of service that I sent over, a copy of the court report. She sent over the signed case service plan. There's a certificate for adult and child CPR, disease of corrections. And then it also has basic first aid, bloodborne pathogens and HIV, cognitive awareness, becoming a world famous mentor, becoming a new career, beyond email, becoming tech savvy, budgeting fundamentals, forklift safety, bed bug protection tips. Putting together, budgeting, variances, forecasts, and action plans, creativity, cover letters, choosing the best solution, contentious relationships, careers without college, domestic abuse, employment, critical thinking and decision making, electrical safety, grammar, digital media literacy, job search and networking, managing stress, career experiences, honest jobs, interviewing skills, and offender responsibility.
Quite the list of accomplishments. Okay, thank you for that. And do you have electronic copies? So if we provided those to the court today, those could still be circulated?
I have not scanned them in because I just got them in the mail from,
okay, that's fine.
They were sent over from Friday. I wasn't in the office Friday.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right. And at this point in time, mother still remains incarcerated, correct?
That is correct.
And the child is still with paternal relative placement? Correct. Okay. And based on the current circumstances, do you still believe that there is a risk of harm to the child if the court were to release the child back into the mother's care and custody today?
I do, yes.
And briefly, what is that risk of harm?
At this time, because of her incarceration, as well as the court suspending visitation May of last year, she has not had a relationship with that child outside of writing letters to him. She's had no face-to-face interaction, no phone calls. All of that has been previously suspended prior to her incarceration. So at this time, there would be a risk of harm because he would not necessarily recognize that mother-child bond that they might have previously had. They would need to work on that relationship.
And currently the goal for the child is adoption?
That's correct.
And what reasonable efforts have been made towards the goal of adoption?
We have, obviously we've been working with the relative placement who would be considered for that adoption process. If reunification efforts were not successful. They are licensed through a private agency who offers adoption services, so we would be connecting with them once a decision would be made on termination.
And during this review period, what services have continued to be made towards the goal of reunification?
Well, at this time, I try to maintain at least monthly contact with Ms. Demansky, or at least I try to arrange for contact. She does provide letters for the minor child, so I do give those to placement when I go out to their home for my monthly home visits. And we do try to have a good conversation about different classes that she's completing, what she has access to, and as I read off that list, there's quite a list of things that she has been able to access and participate in. So, I mean, at this time, that's what she has access to. We were working on trying to see if parenting education would be included on there and some additional things, but they're not on there quite yet. But she does, as I noted, and there are a significant amount of things that she has participated in, which is good. We do want to see, you know, kind of the results of the psychological evaluation that I was able to get referred. It was kind of a fight to get it set up. We were battling back and forth with Battle Creek, with the counseling agency that arranges that. We had to go through the Hillsdale County DHS to set that up, but we were able to secure that. I let Mr. Mawad know when the date was, and he made arrangements for Bailey to be transported to and from by her grandparents.
Generally, how is the child doing in placement?
He's doing very well. As Ms. Berger had stated, that he does have some transitional issues. He's kind of in that 2-year-old stage where he's kind of naughty at times, but they do a really good job at redirecting him. We did have an incident in the home where he was taking a bath and he inhaled water and was choking, so they did have to seek emergency services to try to assist with that. but they were able to manage that situation as a unit, and they did very well handling at that. I was able to communicate with them about kind of the incident and what happened. And, you know, we were a little concerned with the asthma and the breathing issues with him being sick over that long period of time. So they were able to seek medical attention. He got that diagnosis of asthma, so he does have that series of treatment. And it sounds like it's gonna be more long-term treatment and then evaluated as needed. But overall, he's doing very well. His needs are all being met in the home. He's, you know, medical, dental, educational, all of those needs are being met. And as Ms. Berger stated, he's going to be evaluated for potential IEP in the future because he did qualify for early on services and completed that. That would potentially qualify him in the future for additional services when he does become of age for grade school. So they are working on enrolling him in a preschool setting, so that way, you know, he can continue to work on those educational skills. I will note when I was out there this last week visiting, he is doing phenomenal at sounding out more and more words. He can count to 10, and he was able to do that with his face mask. He was trying to mimic putting it up to everybody's faces and counting to 10 at everybody. And he was doing really well. He's happy, he's giggling, he's very energetic. When this kid is awake, he is nonstop. Chasing grandpa around the house, and when he's at work, he's chasing grandma around the house. So, you know, they're always interacting, doing something hands-on. They have backyard where they're able to play. They've got lots of toys that he has access to, a lot of hands-on things where he can do painting or coloring, that kind of stuff. Mom does send letters, and she draws pictures for him, so he's able to color in those pictures and whatnot every month or more often when I get those. So, you know, he is doing very well. He's very well adjusted to the home. He's on the go. He's constantly trying to learn new things. Like I said, he's improving in his speech greatly. Sometimes it's still a little hard to understand what he's saying, but he's also, he's still young. So, but he's getting there. He's doing very well compared to prior reporting periods as far as speech wise. So, you know, he's really thriving where he's at.
Is he receiving any sibling visits? I know that he has half siblings from dad and from mom.
He is receiving visits as far as on dad's side with the other minor children who reside with their mom. I know there has been some attempts to try to reach out to the other half sibling who used to be part of this case, but they have not been successful in getting in contact. So we had the same trouble when they were on the case and trying to engage. So, you know, I just encourage us to kind of keep trying to engage and try to establish a continued relationship. But
and is there any time that the child's able to spend with like any maternal relatives, extended relatives, or anything like that?
I do know the maternal grandmother does come over on occasion, so she's able to come and visit and spend an afternoon or, you know, a couple of hours with Braden. They do spend some holiday time together. She brings, you know, for instance, like she brought birthday gifts or Christmas gifts for them, Easter stuff. So she does have like a good involvement with the family and with Braden. So they're able to communicate and set that time up and pretty regularly. So.
Okay. Judge, may I just ask for clarification today? Are we looking at permanency planning, or is that just going to be?
What's that for permanency planning today?
Ms. Young, with the documents that you've been provided and sort of this continued drawing out of the process as relates to terminating Ms. Demansky's parental rights so that the child could be adopted, do you believe that there's a sufficient change in circumstances to reconsider that goal?
I think a lot of it is going to kind of be dependent on what the second psychological is going to state. In the first one, I mean, it really indicated some pretty significant things that she needed to try to address. I know she attempted to do some of the stuff through anger management. She did some parenting education. They did the supervised visitations. But right now, the minor child is the same age approximately of the other child that was severely injured in that original case. So, you know, there are some, you know, questions, you know, how would she handle some of these situations? I mean, I talk to placement often when I'm out there, you know, in some of these instances where, you know, in the last reporting period, I talked about the incident where he had pooped in his diaper and he smeared it everywhere. Like, how would that situation have been handled? Would that have been, in the same manner as placement had tried to work together to try to handle that situation? Or, would we be dealing with a different matter? It's unknown. And it was brought to my attention too, and I kind of looked back at the report too, just to kind of get a reflection back on that mental health piece. There was some potential underlying anxiety and possible anxiety attacks that she was dealing with. So I do want to kind of look at that a little bit more and see, are those needs being met? How is she addressing that? And moving forward, like, what kind of things are going to be put into place to kind of safeguard the child in the event that she's having some sort of anxiety episode? Because those can be pretty traumatic and not just for the child, but for her as well.
So as it stands today, I'm trying to summarize kind of what I just heard. Is it fair to say that today your position is there's been nothing presented to you that would make you have a different opinion about the goal for adoption?
At this time, no. With the significance of the charges, she is facing the jail time and she'll be out June 8th. And like I said, we do have that psychological that will give us a little bit more of an insight as to, what the doctor has seen previously and where he sees her at right now, and make that determination if there should be some changes as far as looking back and exploring reunification or not.
So the court has to consider a compelling reason not to, and we're kind of beyond this because we filed the petition for termination, but at any point in time, I guess the court can consider compelling reasons not to entertain that petition. Are there compelling reasons not to entertain it as it stands today?
I can't think of anything as at this moment. I will note that she has been very compliant with me. She's always been very pleasant, but that's also always in a supervised setting. So, we don't know what happens behind closed doors, and we may never know fully what happened. But there's got to be a sense of accountability as well, and having some more open and honest discussions about what truly happened in that incident, because I don't think we've ever really gotten that full story.
And this child is, the child's been in care for 2 years, right?
That's correct.
And the child is 2.5, 3?
A little bit over 2 years ago.
So for essentially his entire life, he's been in care.
Approximately, yes.
Do you believe it's reasonable for him to wait an additional X amount of months or a year for Ms. Nancy to be able to establish herself outside of jail? So stable housing, employment, transportation, compliance with mental health services, medication compliance, parenting time, child bond development. Is that fair for this child?
I think it would be asking a lot, because I think everybody here understands that takes a good amount of time to really get reestablished with a bond and reestablished with a routine. Right now, yes, she is incarcerated, but when she gets out, my understanding, she can be residing back with her grandparents, the great grandparents to the minor child. She does have her own transportation. She would need to re-secure employment. Because it's not guaranteed that where she was working at before is where she's going to be able to go back to because of the length of time she's been gone. So, there are some factors that would come into play. She does have good supports to her family. I'm not going to deny that. They've always been very supportive in everything, both sides of the family. So, there are good supports for both the child and the mom.
Okay.
Not going to deny that, but I think we really kind of need to take into consideration the age of this child, the length of time he has been in care, and is it realistic? I don't know necessarily with the length of time that it would take to reestablish it on that would be realistic at this time.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Young. I move to admit the court report and the case service plan. I'm going to ask to hold off on the admission of the certificates of completion until we're able to provide a hard copy to the court, but I know that the record will now reflect that at least those are received and we acknowledge them.
I have also what looks like it's been provided in a copy of a March 7th, 2024 order documenting that Bailey Demansky will be released for purposes of the psychological evaluation with some emails attached. Did you want that to become part of the record?
Judge, I believe that Mr. Milad is the one who had provided that, so I'll leave that to him. We definitely are not denying that that exists. We are very grateful for the work that's put in to secure that record.
No objection, report report.
Mr. Mawad?
Objection.
Okay, the court report is received. Cross-examination, Mr. Mawad?
You know, I'm gonna leave the issue of the psychological report obviously until we get it. And I appreciate your honesty that you are interested in looking at that. The one issue that keeps popping up is the length of time. And I know I've asked you this before. Obviously, it's not impossible if there's reunification. You could have her start off with supervised visitation and slowly integrate mom into the child's life, right?
Yeah, that could be possible. I mean, if that's something that the courts would like to explore, then absolutely, you could look into that if that is in the best interest of the child.
Right. As you would agree that everybody's waiting to see the psychological to see if she did benefit from a lot of these services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I appreciate your honesty. I don't have any more questions. That's all I have.
Questions?
Do you think starting mom back out at minimal visitation is in the child's best interest, given the length of time it would take to get to reunification?
It's really kind of tough to say without, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of communication outside of those letters just in this past year alone. So I think it would be very challenging. I think it would need to be more of a therapeutic supervised setting if that were to be something that was found to be in his best interest. And I don't know if I could necessarily make that judgment call without consulting with, you know, a therapist that would be able to, you know, kind of explore that further and would be willing and able to provide some of that guidance through a therapeutic setting.
And at this point, how long has the child been in care again?
A little over 2 years. It was, I think, March of 2022.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect? No, Judge. Thank you for your testimony. We return to your seat. Any other witnesses? No, Judge. Anyone you'd like us to hear from today, Mr. Mawad?
Not today, Judge. Thank you for offering.
Ms. Berger?
Yes, Your Honor. Elizabeth Schmidt, I believe she's in the hallway.
Very good. Ms. Schmidt, come on up to our witness stand.
Right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Be careful with the step there.
You can say and spell your name. My name is Elizabeth Schmidt, Elizabeth. Last name is Schmidt, Schmidt.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can I call you Elizabeth?
Yes, I might be a little shaky, but I can hear you.
Okay. Elizabeth, how are you familiar with the parties in this case?
Are you meaning Bailey Demansky?
Yep, and Aaron Schmidt.
Bailey Demansky is the woman who hurt my son, JS, and Aaron Schmidt is my ex-husband.
Okay, and do you have any parenting time orders with Aaron Schmidt right now?
No, ma'am. He has not seen our 3 kids since the morning of March 17th, 2022.
Over 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard from him at all?
I have, yes, last year. He had left the home that him and I had when we had gotten our divorce, and I had to go, I guess you should say, fix it up and sell it back. I was at risk of being sued after because he had left the home with money still owing onto it. That was July of last year, 2023. And after that, I had asked him if there was going to be ever a day in his heart that he'd want to be a father again, or seem to think that he'd be able to. And it's never been a thought after. But other than that, we've not had any connection.
Okay. How did it come about that Ms. Demansky was with your child, JS?
I had gotten my rights back to my kids August of 2021, I'm sorry, it's been a couple of years. And Aaron Schmidt had his, I wanna say it was his, I don't know how to say it. It was his hearing to get his rights back. It was December 29th, I wanna say. He had gotten his rights back to our kids and we were on a week on, week off basis. And the week of March 17th, 2022, my kids were all in Bailey Demansky and my ex-husband's care.
Okay, and were they in a romantic relationship?
From what I was presented to, yes. She wore a ring. She lived at the home. She was presented as a stepmotherly figure to my kids. She was at every single pickup and drop off. She was the only person taking my kids during his time to doctor's appointments because he worked during the day. She was the one that provided most of their meals. Other than that, that's really what I know. I've never had a one-to-one sit down with her. Through all the times that I had asked during the times that they were in their care, all the times that we were having a shared custody, I've never met her in my life.
Okay. Walk us through the events that happened on March 17th, 2022 and the days after.
I wasn't expecting that part, sorry.
Okay.
March 17th at 8:17 in the morning, I had gotten a phone call from my son's teacher, Miss Alyssa. She had asked me if it was mine or dad's time, and I obviously told her, you know, whose time it was because I didn't drop my kids off. And she explained to me that she had called CPS and I needed to hurry and get there and to take my son to the pediatrician's office and that they were very concerned. I live maybe 5 minutes away. It took me maybe 2 to get there. I walked in and they presented me a child in a face mask with a swelled up golf ball on the left mastoid bone behind his neck. He had preorbital ecchymosis, which is bruising on both sockets of the eyes and temporal bones. I had immediately took him to the pediatrician's office, and in return, he followed me straight to Charles Hickman Center. He would not touch his head at all. It was too swollen at this point, and his bruisings were already starting to get more visibly darker. By this time, we had gotten to the hospital. They called the Blissfield Police Department because the crime happened there. They took him in for a full body CT and X-ray. They were asking me questions about what had happened. What happened? I don't know.
So after that day, there was a fairly lengthy criminal and CPS investigation, is that right?
Yes, it was a year and 6 months it took. A year and 6 months just to be found out that she was charged only 10 months. May 10th, I find out if my son's deemed disabled by the state of Michigan.
May 10th of this year?
Yes, we had to file for disability. Insurance has decided that if he's deemed disabled, that they're not going to be paying for some of his bills. I had got sent a letter in the mail last year in December.
Would that qualify him to receive Social Security disability?
Yep. He has substantial PTSD, behavioral and developmental delays. He's 5 years old, but he has the mind of a 3-year-old. It's almost like he's stuck in time. His neurologist right now is the main one taking care of all of his care. I have decided to not treat my son like a pharmacy clinic. He has been on one stable medication since February to help with his sleep. He has subchorionic night terrors at night. So what it might look like to somebody else is that he is up screaming, crying, hitting himself, but he's sleeping. In return, that's sleepless nights for him. That's also rough behaviors for him because he's lacking sleep. And the clonidine has helped a lot with that. We still do have a U of M appointment scheduled for this upcoming January with the developmental department to see how we can try to alleviate that. I've had the hardest time finding general care for him because again, my son is too young. Everywhere, you're not gonna find a lot of counseling services that'll see kids under the age of 8, let alone any kind of psych or neurological care. It's definitely been a long road and we're still up for an even longer one.
Did he exhibit any of these behaviors or concerns prior to the incident on March 17th?
The only thing that Jonah really considered or even showed beforehand was just his speech. Jonah had a hard time forming up certain words, let alone talking. But even before then, we had already spent a year, me and my ex-husband, their dad, in probate court ourselves, trying to get everything situated. So that pretty much came with time. That was something that we were already trying to overcome and heal from, just from our own faults. And when his injury happened, it kind of took him for a loop. And
would you say that he was on track developmentally prior to the injury? And since then, how has that changed?
Well, I had to pull him from school November 18th of 2023. His teacher would refuse to call me. I walked in and found him sitting in the corner with only his diaper and a sock on. My son has a really hard time of building relationships with people. He has a really bad separation attachment with me, and his brother started kindergarten this year, and his brother has been in school with him past 2-3 years ever since they've been in my care. And I had also switched a job, and that was a lot of change for Jonah at one time. And under the Adrian school policy, if your child is in their care and they're having a bad day, they will not call you because it shows that they cannot handle your child. So in return, when I had talked to the supervisor and I had voiced my concerns, with them not being able to prioritize certain children, I had taken my son out because it was to the point that he wasn't able to sit and actually learn. He was either in a corner playing with 1 or 2 toys and not actually being able to do the task that was at hand.
What school does he go to now?
He is homeschooled with me.
How's that going?
Well, I can say he's potty trained. He knows his full ABCs and he'll sing it to you till the bells go off.
I bet.
He can count up to 20. He messes up numbers 15 and 16, but we're working on that. Alphabetically, he is sound. He does get a few letters mixed up. The only thing we're having the hardest time right now with is writing, but his pediatrician said that's kind of normal with his fine motor skills, which thankfully we're getting that adjudicated, so.
Is he in OT or PT?
So that's one thing that I'm getting figured out. Friday, I have an appointment to go over the consultation with his pediatrician about his PTSD, and he's supposed to be giving me a referral for IV. So I'm hoping that that gets solid, and if he don't do that, I'm going to his neurologist for that part. When it's with Jonah, we've been trying to tackle one thing at a time the past couple of months, and really we've been trying to just hit the neurologist because his neurology is taking care of his behavioral and his sleep right now. And that's really the one thing we're having the hardest time with. Because for 6 to 7 months, Jonah was going for maybe 2 to 4 hours of sleep a night. It was up all night, insomnia, night terrors, and that was the one main thing that we had to kind of nick in the butt first, especially for his behaviors, because that really attributed into a big part of it.
Yeah, so you said a referral for IV, is that IV rehab?
Yes, sorry.
Nope, that's okay. Would you ever leave your children with Mr. Mansky again?
I didn't have a choice back then. I didn't have a choice. No, I would not. I wouldn't even have to think about that. I've sat in this courtroom many times. I've listened to these hearings many times, and the one thing that we all try to focus on is what's in the best interest of the child. What was in the best interest of my children, that meant nothing to her. It meant nothing to her. She was with my ex-husband watching everything that we had went through that whole year. Everything that we were working towards, everything that he was working towards for our kids, I was. And when my kids had finally been able to be reunified back into his life, back into our life, I personally don't think she was ready to take that on. I really don't. She already had 2 children of her own. Who was she to bring in another 3 that she really didn't understand or love, appreciate? You can't force that on people. You can't implement being a mother to somebody that you bear no communication to, no livelihood to. So when, you can only imagine when I sat through her criminal case and I heard that she was just a babysitter, that threw me for a loop. Because just January this year, I heard her last hearing and the testimonials about how she was a very good stepmother and how she was always happy with my children. And that's a complete different notion than what I heard last year. Because I don't remember hearing that part. I remember how I heard how she was a good babysitter and a person to take care of my children when their father was at work. But I don't see a loving stepmother. I see somebody who hurt my son for the rest of his life. And I really don't think I could stomach seeing her get her son back. Her son is literally the same age that mine was. And I can't trust that. And he's not even mine. I can't.
Your other children have gotten quite a bit older since this incident has happened, is that right?
Yes, they have.
Have they started talking more about what happened that night or that day?
I've learned that trauma is like a curve. You either stay on the straight line or you hit the narrow 100%. And my kids have blocked out seamlessly every part about that time, that day. Jonah does not remember at all who his father is. He doesn't know the situation. Bella and Liam, they don't ask questions. If they're playing with Jonah and per se they're outside and they trip and fall, oh no, we need to check Jonah's head. That's always something that lives with my kids. We need to be careful. If he falls and gets hurt, we have to go to the hospital. His brain, that's something that lives with my kids. My kids have to live on the ever so going teeter-totter of, well, what if he gets hurt? What do we do? Or if they're playing, what happens if I accidentally hurt my brother? Did I hurt him? And that's no way that my other 2 children should have to live either. But here we are. They've had to see a lot of things after already being healed from our own life and our own circumstances. And here we are. We're healing every day. And I haven't even found everything out about my son yet. My son is still too young. And he'll probably never be able to speak for himself. My son has slept with me every single night the past 2 years, 5 weeks, 4 days we've been doing this. And we've been doing this a lot longer than that. And I just, if everybody knows what's in the child's best interest, I don't see why we're even here today.
Do you have anything else that you want to share today?
I really believe that Braden is the safest, the happiest, and the healthiest that I have ever seen with Tanya and Glenn. Whenever that my kids and I have went over, it is nothing but pure joy on his face. They have opened up their hearts, their lives, their times, and in no shape or form have I ever seen harrowing, weathering. They've never called in a flag or called for a break. They've never said, we can't do this today or for a week. It's been 2 years. 2 years that Braden has learned to love these people as their parents. And I don't want to see that go away. Because if Braden ends up leaving their care and goes back to her, my kids will never see him again.
And they get to see each other now, right?
Yeah. It's few and far between. We do live an hour and 5 minutes away. I work full time. It's very hard.
A lot going on.
Yeah. I don't collect child support. I'm sure everybody understands the ex parte and how that goes in Michigan. So I have to work my butt off a couple extra harder than some people mostly. But I try. But the times that we do go out, it's amazing. My kids understand that they have a sibling out there and they love that. And I know that if he got reunified back with Bailey, my kids would never be a part of his life.
I don't have any other questions for you, but some of the other attorneys might, okay?
Ms. Thomas, any questions?
I have no questions, but I do want to thank you for coming up and being vulnerable. I know that it's really hard to sort of relive all of this. I know that you've had to deal with this before in the past, but it's very helpful for the whole process when you have more information. So thank you for being here today.
I've learned that sometimes when you've lacked a lot of support, when you've needed it, sometimes when people need an extra footing, you need to just take it. If something that I have to say is able to save a child when my child's life couldn't have been saved, I'm willing.
Mr. Mawad, any questions?
Judge, just a couple. For the record, hold on 1 minute. I gotta shut my door. I'm sorry. Hold on. Donna. Sorry about that. All right. Ms. Schmidt, I didn't meet you personally at the sentencing. I did hear your words in your statement. From what I'm hearing is that part of your equation into saying what you want to say today is because you're afraid that Brandon will be taking away, you believe that Bailey will not allow Brandon to see your kids anymore, right? That's what you just said, correct?
No, that's not what I mean.
Well, you just said
I personally couldn't do that.
No, that's not my question, and I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not denying a lot of your testimony about the injuries to your son. One of the last things you just said is that you have a concern that if Bailey gets Braden back, that you believe that Ms. Demansky is going to keep Braden from seeing your kids. That's what you just said, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said that my kids would probably never be able to see him.
Okay.
I didn't say that she would keep Braden. I said that my kids would probably never be able to see them.
Okay, and that's a concern of yours, right? When you're giving your opinion today to the court, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And as far as the problems that the child is having, and I'm certainly not disputing some of your testimony relating to your son, but as far as the mental health and the disabilities that he's suffering, that's not because of what happened from Ms. Demansky, correct?
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, I'm the one that has taken him to every single appointment in 2 years, and I'm also the one that provided all of the evidence in her actual case upstairs.
Right.
I was specifically told, one, by CMH when they ruled out autism, that it was by the non-accidental head injury. Two, the
Well, let me hold
ecchymosis.
on. Let me cut you off right there. Let's talk about autism. Why was autism even a part to play in this? Who brought up autism?
Well, like Ariel Berger had already asked, and I had already explained, he had minor speech delays before this had sustained.
Right. So
Yeah.
you would agree that the minor speech delay he already had, and it has nothing to do with this incident with Bailey, correct?
Yes, has nothing to do with it.
And you're suffering from a lot of trauma from the issues concerning the father and you, and obviously the incident with Bailey, correct?
Can you repeat that again?
You're suffering from a lot of trauma in the last couple of years, not just from this incident, but from the issues concerning the father of the child, correct? No?
Sure, what's the relevance?
What's the relevance?
Mr. Mawad, Ms. Berger has objected as to relevance.
The relevance, she's talking about mental anguish in her mind about some opinions that she just gave regarding Bailey. And I'm trying to argue there's bias and there's credibility issues with her because, quite frankly, one of the reasons is she's afraid that her son's not going to, or Mr. Schmidt, or that Bailey's not going to allow Schmidt to see her kids. And what I want to get into, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time with it, is basically some of her thought process regarding some of the mental anguish, not being because of what happened with the child, but because of what's going on with the father also. That's all.
I'm not sure she needs to get into her personal trauma and anguish in order to demonstrate her bias.
Okay, that's fair, Judge.
I'll ask you to move on.
Okay, I'll obviously.
Just a second.
That's fine, Judge. I'll go on.
Okay.
All right. So one of the questions I have too, you really didn't like Bailey at all when she was taken care of.
I never knew her.
Okay, but you had some issues with her, meaning you didn't care for her, right?
The only issue that I had was that I did not know the woman who was taking after my kids. Even after the multiple times that I had asked, I had even said, hey, let's have a sit down. We were face to face numerous of times and there was nothing that has ever been said.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. I appreciate it, and I want to thank you for answering my questions, okay?
Do you have a redirect?
A little bit, thank you, Judge. Elizabeth, you stated that, not that you think Bailey will keep BS away from your children, but you're afraid that they just won't be able to see each other.
Mindfully, how easily would that be? Sorry, I'm a little razzle dazzled.
Right.
Respectfully, I couldn't stomach seeing her all the time. I couldn't. And I'm not speaking for just myself, but how would that make her feel as well? I know it's hard enough me coming in here and just looking up at the computer and seeing her. I'm saying for, yes, you're right, my own anguish, I don't think it's appropriate. I really don't think it's at all appropriate, because then if anything happens, it's accusation, speculation, and I don't want to live my life like that. All I was saying is that it's a lot more in his best interest already. It was nothing about she'd keep him away from me and my kids. It was already done and settled in criminal court that we weren't to have any kind of contact like that, even outside. What would that be any difference with siblings? It's not appropriate. She physically, mentally hurt my son, mentally hurt me. And also I do have PTSD that's also been noted. So it's not really even a second guess of a mention, but it's just not appropriate. It's more stimulating also to those who have been through trauma. And it shouldn't have to be a fight that I should have to do.
I understand. Thank you.
Recross, Ms. Thomas?
No, Judge.
Mr. Mawad?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Any other witnesses, Ms. Berger?
Yes, Your Honor, Glenn
Rowe, thank you. I'll have him state and spell his name when he gets.
State your name.
My name is Glenn Rowe,
How do you spell it?
GLENNROWE.
Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There's a step to be careful.
Hear me okay, Glenn?
Probably not, but I'll do my best.
Okay. How do you know the parties in this case?
I'm a grandfather, the grandchildren in both cases, and I'm the father of Aaron. And Elizabeth was my ex-daughter-in-law, but I still consider her like a daughter. And Bailey was our son's fiance, according to what they put on Facebook.
Okay. And when your son and Bailey were together, did they come to like events, like family occasions, holidays, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were they together, if you know?
They had been together for, well, quite some time, almost a year.
Okay. And were they coming to family events that whole time?
Not in the beginning, no. We had the other 3 children placed with us, and I'm trying to say, we had the other 3 children placed with us. What was your question?
Yeah, when did they start coming to like family events?
We finally got to see them at Thanksgiving for the first time. Braden was born in August. We didn't even know he existed.
So Thanksgiving of what year?
2021.
2021, okay. And did they bring Braden with them?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that holiday go? Were there any issues, any concerns?
No, not really. We didn't have the other three kids there, and she didn't have her other child there, so it was just Braden and my son and Bailey. And this was our first time meeting Bailey.
You distinguished that there weren't other kids there. Why did you distinguish that?
That there weren't.
Correct.
At Thanksgiving, there weren't. And the reason I distinguish that is because in our home at Christmas of 2021, just a month and a half away, basically, the kids were there with Bailey and Aaron, all four of Aaron's kids, and myself, my wife, my wife's parents, my parents, and Aaron's brother, their uncle. Was there, and we were having a great time. It was a joyous time. Kids were running around. It's our second time seeing our grandson, Braden. And the whole time Bailey sat in the couch holding him, would not let him go. She would not let him get down on the floor or anything. We didn't think anything of it. It's her second time being a mother, and it's a new baby. So, sometimes parents are overprotective or have worries that might be exaggerated, but over time they go away as the kids get older. And so I didn't think anything of it at first. Would you like me to go on with that?
Yep.
Okay. Food's being cooked. Table set, kids running around, gifts being opened, kids screaming. I mean, they had just been in our home for a year, just a couple months prior, and they loved our home. They loved us. It was like a stroll down memory lane for them. As they're running through the house, they had just spent the Christmas before, so we've got the Christmas tree up. They're just out of their minds happy.
Kids on Christmas, right?
Kids on Christmas. The kids, we have 2 living rooms. We have a kid's living room, so Braden's got his own right now. But the 3 kids were always in that room. And they're running around the house, though. They're coming over and talking to great grandma and grandpa and talking to different people. And I just noticed out of the corner of my eye, Bailey's just still sitting over there quiet all by herself holding Braden. And after some time, I notice as I walk in there and start interacting with other people in the same living room by the same couch, that she's got tears coming out of her eyes and her face is very red. And I asked her if she was okay. And she says, no, it's just allergies. Yes, it's just allergies. I went to Aaron and asked Aaron, Bailey all right? She doesn't seem okay. Aaron comes into the middle of the living room with me standing there, goes over, talks to Bailey. Bailey stands up with Braden still in her hands, wraps her arms around Aaron and starts crying. I'm like, okay, this isn't just allergies. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this is just allergies. And I'm standing right there as this interaction is taking place.
Your Honor, look, I'm not sure what this testimony and where it's going. And I got to be honest with you. If this is just a bash Bailey and it's got nothing to do with the actual determination of the best interest, I would object to it. So I'm not sure where this testimony is going or what it's going to be used for. I just haven't heard anything yet other than bashing Bailey. That's it. What's the relevance?
It has everything.
Just hang on one second. I have to let the attorney settle that. I understand.
Your Honor, the mental state of all the parties involved is relevant to determine the best interest of the minor child. And if Mr. Rowe is painting a picture for the court to show her mental state at that time, I think that it's relevant.
So what year are we talking about? 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? It's still not relevant. I mean, what are we doing here?
All right, hang on, one at a time, please.
Sorry.
That's all right. I was mostly talking to the people in our courtroom. We had a little comment come through that you must not have been able to hear. That's all right. Any further argument on this point?
I can ask him to speed it along.
I just, I think it probably goes more to weight than admissibility. If I'm looking at termination and the environments between the two, I do think that her mental state and observations of parenting are relevant. And clearly, she's also got the right to show that she's had her classes and courses and improved those skills as well. So I'm not allowed the testimony, but I will take you up on your offer to ask him to kind of move it along.
Sorry.
Thank you, Judge.
I've had
Thank
5 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours, and I've been dealing with this for 4 years. The attorney in this matter for Bailey is not aware of what we've been through. So I would ask for some respect.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to object. I'd do the same thing. So cut to the chase. What concerns do you have?
During that conversation, Aaron turned to me while he's letting go of her and says she's been dealing with anxiety and she's having an anxiety attack.
Is that the only time you witnessed something like that?
No, it's not.
When other times have you witnessed something like that?
Well, me personally, I did not witness it. My wife did, and you'd have to talk to her.
Okay.
You'd have to ask her. But the point being is, this became a big, huge deal because then Aaron, the father, she was saying she was having anxiety because of the kids screaming so loud, specifically Isabella, my granddaughter. She was in the other room screaming, and this was supposed to be causing Bailey at the other end of the house to have an anxiety attack. She told Aaron she wouldn't put him on the floor because she was afraid the kids were going to step on him, which is, again, her choice. But then Aaron turns around and pulls my granddaughter into the bedroom and punishes her because she upset Bailey and was making her cry because she was having an anxiety attack over the kids screaming. Now my grandkids are being punished because she's having a mental health crisis at a house full of 9 adults and 4 children. She was not the sole care provider for those kids at that holiday. Why was she having such a mental health breakdown? I don't know, but it raised concern for me. And 3 months later, my grandson was beat. 3 months later, how does that have anything to do with it? Because 3 months later, she beat my grandson. I saw the warning flags that Christmas. Well, I didn't know her. It was my second time meeting her. How was I to determine that she was a danger to my grandchildren? And I had nobody to talk to, but I didn't know what to do with that. I just held on to that information. But when she beat him 3 months later, I knew right then something was wrong.
How has the incident that happened in March of 2022, the incident that hurt Jonah, how has that affected you?
I've just been through it.
Well, hold on, Judge, hold on. If I'm understanding the question is how has this affected him? And if that's the question, I think I'm hearing it right. What relevance does that have anything to do? How that has affected him? I'm objecting. Sorry.
Well, Judge, he's placement of a minor child, so I think it directly affects him in that manner. But also, it goes to show how these acts have affected more than just the minor child that they were perpetrated against, but this entire family. And how do we evaluate what's best for a child without evaluating the effects that brought him into care, what they have caused the family to go through?
The effects have no equation into the determination or the outcome of what's going to happen with this child and Bailey. There is no equation here. There's nothing in the law, nothing in the standard, nothing that I've seen that takes that into consideration. Other than bashing Bailey, I'm objecting. It's not relevant, nor is it a part of the equation to make the determination in the end.
I think it's relevant because this is all connected to the child who's in the middle of this. So if I'm being asked to allow this child to stay where he's at or send him back to stay with his mother, the dynamics of his relationship that he has now with his family and his mother and the dynamics of that home and how he would be potentially affected with the change in that, whether or not he'd be able to even maintain those relationships is also relevant. So for that reason, I am listening, and it is relevant.
Thank you, Judge.
But-
Appreciate it.
But
Thank
not,
you.
but not as far as the personal insults towards me. You can trust me to sift that out.
I hear you, Judge. And that's what I was gonna say. I trust you're gonna sift through what you want or need, and then everything else is probably not relevant. But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes. All right, so you may answer the question. Or you may repeat the question for him.
Yes, please.
Yes, how has this affected you? How has the incident that occurred in March of 2022 affected you?
I've lived in fear, not just since then, I've lived in fear since 2020, when we had the other kids placed with us. I'm a grandparent. I'm a victim in this too. That's how it's relevant. I'm tired of being treated just as a foster parent by this system, by this court. My wife's a mother and a grandmother of these 4 children. Jonah, who was beat, and BS, who's in our care. And to have, I know he's doing his job, I know, I get it. But to have somebody sit there and take my time after 4 years and challenge any relevance to everything I say is his job, but it's not. It can show some professionalism and respect. It's affected me because I have
Your
to
Honor,
fear.
Your Honor, hold on. Your Honor, look, the court's known me not a lot or not very well. I don't need to sit here and listen to this. I think it's uncalled for, and he needs to be directed, in my opinion, to just stick to the questions and quit trying to attack me. That's all I'm asking for. All right?
Fine.
Thank
I've already said it's impacted me. It'll impact me for the rest of my life. This past 4 years, how I've had to live in fear every day for my grandchildren.
So there's been some negative impacts, right?
Extreme. I have people coming into my home that we put all of our emotions on the back burner and allowed Bailey's family into our home for Braden's best interest, not ours. We could be full of emotions and anger and hate and turn them away. We were verbally attacked by them in this very parking lot, Bailey's grandparents, the day she was first arrested in this parking lot. Courts have camera record, they can see it, it's the truth. And that's where Bailey's gonna go after she's out of jail, and that's where my grandson's gonna go. People that attacked us in the parking lot, verbally, trying to accuse our son that it was him that did it. While we were just trying to comfort them and talk to them, and since then, we've allowed them into our home. We never took anything they did personally. We know they're victims in this. We know they didn't expect, want to believe, and still don't believe that Bailey did this. But I have to live in fear that what this court decides is going to decide the rest of the life of my grandchild. And do I think for 1 minute, as Elizabeth said, that if they get hurt, that I'm going to be allowed to see my grandson? I can't speculate and say, but I really highly doubt it. It's going to be hard, just like Elizabeth said, for me to have to go and see Bailey. I'm not a parent, foster parent only, I'm a relative.
And you've had contact with Elizabeth throughout the pendency of this case, right?
Yes,
And how has that gone?
it's gone well. Our relationship's begun to heal. It took some time because we had him for a year and there's a lot of emotions and anger and blame going around and lack of trust.
You had her 3 children, right?
What's that?
You had her 3 children.
We had her 3 children.
And have you been able to facilitate like sibling visits with all of the
Yes.
kids?
Yes,
And how did those go?
they went well. They all got along great. Braden just jumped in right like he was one of the siblings. You wouldn't even know they didn't know each other. Partially because he's so young, he just, any kids running around and they all just run around all the time at that age.
Have you had any contact with Aaron lately?
None. Haven't talked to him since before I testified in this court against him.
If that would have been at his termination hearing or prior?
It was prior that I testified. Oh, you mean prior? Yeah, it was prior to when I testified again, regarding some of his behaviors. That would have been around March or April or something last year.
Have you observed any other concerns with parenting with either Aaron or Bailey?
Aaron was doing good. He was literally almost reunified. Courts already know that. We were totally shocked and flabbergasted when they just went AWOL, so to speak. Made some bad decisions. We love him. He's our son. We miss him. His children miss him. He's not even had his rights terminated to the other three, and he doesn't even. I don't know what's wrong with him. Or now he's starting a new relationship with he just doesn't seem to learn from his. And the courts already know he had a traumatic brain injury accident with a traumatic brain injury. There's no need to beat that dead horse and try to give him all the excuses in the world because of that. It did impact him. Just like nobody here can argue, unless they're a medical professional expert, that what Jonah experienced is not going to affect him for the rest of his life in some capacity.
Have you been able to witness any changes in him yourself?
In Jonah?
Yes.
Holy, I had a 20-some page letter, and in there it contains it. If I may reference it, it talks just about that.
You can look at your notes, but don't read like verbatim from it, okay?
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Not challenging anything, just other people were on January 20th not allowed to read their letters.
You can look at it.
And they were great grandparents.
Look at it.
They read straight from it, right here in this court. If I may have a minute to find it. How have I seen Jonah? P.S. While I'm looking for that, all 5 children were there that day. May I go back and really share this as far as how this has impacted me? Because this is what I really wanted to say, something along these lines.
Sure.
I'm sure if Mr. Mawad or anybody else has an objection, they'll let you know. Our first time we saw the 3 kids after they were reunified with mom was at a Chuck E. Cheese. Mom met us there with the 3 kids at a Chuck E. Cheese, and we had not seen Jonah since this all happened. You know, at first, all we had to go off of was what Aaron and Bailey told us as they gave us Braden into our care. We're some of the first people they told the story to as to what they said happened or claimed happened to Jonah.
When was this at Chuck E. Cheese?
My wife's the calendar. I'm sure she has it in her phone. It was 4 or 5 months. It was in the spring of 2022.
Okay.
Jonah was totally different. We just had him in our home for a year, 3 months prior. Or not 3 months, a few months prior. It might have been 4 or 5, but I had never seen Jonah like this. He could not sit still. He would not stop running. We were there for about 2 or 3 hours. My wife, myself, and Elizabeth had to take turns with him specifically. And we're not able to spend all that time together with all of them. Braden was there, so we took turns with Braden as well. But Jonah would literally, you'd go with him. You'd put a coin in a machine for him, and he would literally not even play it. He'd just take off and run to the next one, and he did this for 2 hours. He tried to take off and run out of the building. This isn't just a typical reaction that he had while he was in our home. It was a totally different reaction. He wouldn't tell you if he had to go to the bathroom. He'd just sit there and mess himself.
Would he used to give indicators that he needed to?
Yes. Oh, yeah. He would give us indicators and let us know. He struggled with a lot of gas pains and things while he was in our care. That's all in the old record. It's been noted by the caseworkers and everything. But he had never exhibited behaviors like this. I couldn't get him to hug us. I couldn't get him to interact with us closely. By the end of Chuck E. Cheese, he was willing to let us give him a hug. But at first, you could tell he was totally having issues with social interaction.
Was he like that before?
A little, but not to the extreme severe he was then.
Have you noticed any other changes in him?
I don't live with them, so I don't see what happens at night, like Elizabeth said. I don't get to observe that. We've been so focused on Braden, and like she says, she's busy. We're also busy, but we have a relationship, and they do see their siblings. We're supposed to get together this Easter. It just didn't work out. But I personally don't get the opportunity to see him that much to observe a whole lot other than what I observed that day. When I see him at our house, it's the same way. When he does come to our house with Christmas toys and everything like it, he does the same thing. Can't even focus on the toy he has. He's just constantly just wanting, like, he'll just run off on the playground. You take him to the playground, he just takes off. It's like he has no idea where he's at, what he's doing. And that was not him before. He'd sit on the couch next to me and put my arm around him as we're watching TV.
When they were placed with you during that year, that was placed through CPS or through DHHS?
Yes.
Were they evaluated through early on or
Yes.
early intervention? Was he receiving any services through any of those programs?
Speech therapy, occupational therapy for his motor skills. He had been tested at U of M for autism. And they found that while he had a few learning deficits, he was not autistic.
And that was while he was in your care?
Yes. We took him there without prompting from anybody, no caseworkers, we did it on our own. The kids were going through trauma. They just been pulled from their mom and dad and put with us.
Changing gears a little bit, how would you say your bond is with Braden now?
I'm dad. He chose that.
Does he call you that?
Yes, he does. Every morning, one of the first things, Dad. And if I don't respond, on the wall, he'll knock on the wall because his bedroom door is closed. And I look forward to that every morning. I used to get to sleep in. And now if I don't come and my wife comes to get him, once she gets him up, he'll come to the baby gate we have by our bedroom door. Dad, start banging on the wall with the car. And so I can't sleep in. And I love it though. It's a joy to wake up to a happy baby that wants me in his life and looks up to me. I'm nobody special. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But I love that child. And I fear what this court's decision is going to be and how it's going to impact him. I fear extremely.
Why are you afraid?
His biological mother beat him. She
Brayden?
beat him she didn't call for help. She knew months before Aaron got the kids that Aaron was gonna be reunified at some point with the children. She was prepared for it mentally. She knew it was coming. And when it came, she only had him 50% of the time, as Elizabeth said, and as this court knows. It was 50-50 custody. So even from the time she got reunification, or Aaron got, anyways, from the time she got reunification, from the time Aaron got reunification is what I'm trying to say, in December, she knew during those 3 months before she did what she did, she was only seeing the kids 50% of the time. 50% of the time, she didn't have the other 3 kids in her care. She only had BS or Braden or her other son. I don't remember, I know his name, but I don't know his last name. And we were told that she always had help from the grandparents. So she had time during those weeks. She didn't have those other 3 kids to realize if she could handle them or not. She had time to ask for help. She had time to let people know that she was not doing well handling all 5 kids. She never asked for help. She just chose what she did instead.
I don't have any other questions for you, but some of the other attorneys might, okay?
Ms. Thomas?
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mawad?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sorry, I had a lot to say.
It's all right. Well, Ms. Berger, anyone else you'd like us to hear from this afternoon?
Do you want to testify? Sure. It's on your road.
Do you need her name, Your Honor?
That would be great.
Tanya Rowe,
How do you spell it?
TonyAROWE.
Thank you.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
How do you know the parties in this case?
Well, I know BS because he's my grandson. I know Aaron because he's my son. Bailey was, from what my understanding from my son, was going to be his wife. They were engaged. And then, of course, I know Elizabeth because she was married to my son. She is his ex-wife. And of course, the other 3 kids were from them. They were married. Who am I missing? Anybody else? Okay.
And you heard your husband testify, right?
Correct.
And is there anything that you want to add that he maybe didn't testify to, or things that you've witnessed personally?
The only thing I want to add, I'm not trying to bash anybody. This certainly is only an observation of what I observed of Bailey, and I'm not bashing her. It is the truth. I am here under sworn testimony. On April 24th, I think that was the date, if I'm correct. It was a supervised visit. Pauline Edwards was the supervisor. I was the one who took Braden to his supervised visits with Bailey. And during that visit, I witnessed Bailey almost have a breakdown that day. And this is how it happened. Pauline Edwards was sitting in the back of the room. Supervised visits were at DHHS in Adrian, Michigan, in Illinois County. And she was, Pauline Edwards was in the back of the room facing this way. And I was coming into the room because it was time for Braden to leave from his supervised visit with Bailey. I was always the one that took him and picked him up, dropped him off, and picked him up at supervised visits. It seemed like everything was going well that day. Didn't seem like anything was abnormal, supervised. Pauline was in the back. Bailey was getting Braden's coat. She was facing towards me. The coat hanger was here on the left. And she had Braden in her arms. He was turned around, faced towards Pauline. His face was towards Pauline. She was trying to get his coat on him. And of course, he was squirming. He's a little kid. He was, squirming, and he, didn't want to go. It was kind of like, kids will be kids. He's young. And she was having a hard time, and she kept gripping him. Her face turned red. She kept gripping him tighter and tighter and saying, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." And I'm like, that's like what she did in 2021. And it reminded me of how they're saying she's, going towards all this change with her anxiety or whatever she has in her diagnosis. But that to me was a red flag that she still needs something else, because that was scary to me.
What year was that?
That was, she had the visitation in 2020, I want to say 2022, on my calendar. I think it was 2022. Yeah, it was 2022.
Was it right before?
Because it was right before she had her termination. Yeah, it was May of 2022, let me see. Yeah.
Could it have been 2023
Or
last year?
2023, yeah, last year. Sorry, we're in 24 already.
And what about you? What's your bond with Braden like?
Braden, ever since we've got him at 7 months, he is just such a joy. I went from a grandparent of Braden to a mother of Braden. He calls me mommy. And he is just such a joy every day. Take him to his schooling, you just care for him every day and love him. And he is just really, really grown to call me mom. And we just have a great, great connection. And I just love him.
Is there anything else, Manette?
That's all I really had that I can think of. Just that I do have some concerns with Bailey and that her care, and I'm not trying to bash her. I just really, truly, from one mother to another mother, hope that she gets the help that she needs. But I just don't see how reunification can happen this time. That's just my personal opinion.
I don't have any other questions for you, but the other attorneys might, okay? Yeah. Ms. Thomas?
I have none, thank you.
Mr. Mawad?
Look, I appreciate your honesty, and you've developed a really nice bond with the child, right? Correct?
Correct.
As if the child's your own son, correct?
Correct.
And you really.
He is. He's my grandson and my son. Yes.
Right, and that's admirable for both you and grandfather, and I don't disagree with that. You are afraid though that and I don't know what's going to happen with the court, but if Bailey does have some type of reunification, and again, I don't know what the court's going to do, you're just afraid that you're not going to be able to see this child much or anymore, and you've developed a really loving relationship with the child, correct?
I have developed a really loving, I never said anything about being afraid of not being able to see him. I have developed a relationship with the grandmother, so I'm sure that we could, I'm not afraid of that at all. What I'm afraid of is that she will beat him. That's what I'm afraid of. And then I won't see him because he will be dead. That's what I'm afraid of.
Ma'am, human beings, there's a lot of people that have committed crimes, right? In the past?
Yeah, she's one of them.
Well, and some of them are your friends, right? Some people that are either friends or relatives that have committed crimes, correct?
I don't know any friends or relatives of mine that have did this. I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, hold on. That's not my question. You know people or have heard of people that you know in your circle that have committed crimes and admitted to it, correct?
In my circle? I don't know.
Yeah.
I've heard them on TV and I've seen them, but no, they're not in my circle.
All right. So are you under the proposition, or is your opinion that anybody that commits a crime, at least in this situation, has no rights to the child ever again? Is that your thought
I never
process?
said that. I said she's not ready. I said she's not ready.
Okay,
I never said that she could never have a kid again and love that kid. She's not ready now.
Okay, but how do you know that? Are you aware of all of the services she's obtained in the last so long that she has obtained?
Caitlin just sat right here and said that she does not have all the services that she needs, sir. So it's not just me saying it, it's DHHS Lenawee County saying it, sir.
Well, no, that's not what Caitlin said, but I'm not gonna argue with you. You understand that Bailey has received services, correct? From
She's received
DHHS.
some services, but they cannot give her all services. I have heard that.
Okay, so if, and I'm not saying there is going to be a reunification, she can continue her services when she gets out of jail, right? Any
Your
issues
Honor,
with
if I
that?
can object, I don't know what placement, what knowledge placement would have of continued services that would be offered to a parent through DHHS through reunification.
Right, that's my point. If there's reunification, there's still gonna be some type of supervision with CPS. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so are you saying that Bailey could never be a mother to this child ever again?
I'm saying right now at this time, even with supervised visits, there was an incident that happened that put up a red flag. So that makes me leery on whether she's changed or not. And it would be a long time before she could change. And that would be longer time braided away from her and closer to us.
So if my father, being a very old country man when growing up, hit us as part of discipline, either with a belt or with his hands, and I'm just giving an example. And the relationship I've had with him for 92 years before he passed away was still wonderful. Are you saying that a disciplinary person, or they could never, ever, ever have a relationship? In this case, Bailey could never have a relationship with this young man, ever.
Your Honor, I don't think we can argue that what happened to JS was discipline.
I'm not arguing that. It's still a hit. So are you, well, here's my question. Let me rephrase it, Judge. Are you saying that Bailey, in your opinion, can never, ever be a mom to this child?
I never said that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to
She's
clarify.
the biological
Thank
mother.
you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Redirect?
No.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Any other witnesses, Ms. Berg?
Not today, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. Closing comments as it relates to the review, we'll obviously be continuing the trial into our next review.
Judge, we heard a lot today, and I think that it's very helpful to hear from others that are hands-on providing care for the kiddos. And
Wait a minute. If I'm hearing this right, council has had plenty of opportunity to call witnesses with all the various hearings we've had. Now she decides to bring in 2 witnesses, and if I'm hearing her right, she wants more witnesses to come in and testify?
Mr. Mawad, my understanding of the reason to continue the trial was to allow your client to undertake a psychological evaluation. Would you prefer I made the decision today?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I thought I just heard that council has more witnesses.
No.
I might.
Well, first of all, Mr. Mott, I'm not the one who called anyone. So your issue is not with me. That can be with Ms. Berger. I'm simply saying that I appreciate having other people here to testify who are actually providing care to the children. That was my position.
Okay, then I did not hear you correctly over Zoom. I heard a voice and I didn't know who it was. I thought it was Ms. Berger who said, and I apologize, that said that I'm going to have more witnesses. So that was my objection. I'll take the objection back. My apologies to the bench and my apologies to everybody else in the courtroom.
Thank you, Mr. Mawad. Yeah, this is just closings as far as the review for today, review of permanency planning hearing, and then we're continuing the trial into the next review period. And Ms. Thomas is going to start us off with her closing comments, then we'll go to you, and lastly to the GAL for any recommendations she may have between now and when we come back. Ms. Thomas.
So as I was saying, I think it's helpful to have that information from the caregivers, and I can appreciate it. Typically, I wouldn't sit here and allow testimony about children that are not under, I wouldn't not object to testimony about children who are not under our jurisdiction, or not object to testimony that happened before this review period. With that being said, I sat here quietly and listening because I do think that Mr. Mawad's objections were valid, and I think that Ms. Berger's arguments were also valid. And this court must consider the record as a whole, as this is one proceeding. And I know that we are not arguing today on the termination of on the termination petition, but I think that the testimony presented today dictates that adoption continues to be the best goal for this child, that the reasonable efforts put forth for this family need to be directed at adoption. I know that that could be upsetting to other people that are personally involved and may have strong emotions or opinions about that. But for this kiddo who has been in care since he was 7 months old and has only known one environment, at this point in time, there is no compelling reason to reconsider that goal. And that's where we are set shortly in our timeframes. So for that reason, I am going to ask, I think that it's important that we have all the information. I want to give Ms. Demansky her due process and allow that second psychological opinion to come through. But Judge, it's very hard to make any other argument at this point. I know that we're going to allow another review period. And I hope that it's not to the detriment of this child in the long run. Thank you.
Comments, Mr. Mawad?
No, not at this point, Judge. If you don't mind, I would defer until we see what happens with the psychological.
Ms. Berger.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as far as the review and permanency planning hearing, I am in agreement with the agency. I do think that we need to see the results of that second psychological. It's not a secret or surprise that I've been asking for termination, I think probably for over a year at this point in this case. So that's what I'm going to continue to advocate for. I do believe it's in the best interest of the child at this point. And I would ask that we have a trial date as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, while we're talking about dates, I would like to offer to you the afternoon of July 23rd at 1:30 for our next review, permanency planning hearing, and the remainder of the termination trial testimony.
That's fine.
Very well. As it relates to today, well, and I didn't wait for Ms. Thomas to confirm that. Okay, there you go.
No, sorry. Okay.
That's okay. So all interested parties were given notice for purposes of today's hearing. There are reasonable efforts being made towards the goal of adoption, which means continuing to monitor the child for any services, to monitor as a dual and secondary goal, Ms. Demansky's progress on any services in her case, and obviously that referral for psychological evaluation. So the department is certainly in satisfaction of their obligations, as is Ms. Berger, as an advocate and guardian ad litem. Thank you. Thank you. In this case, at this juncture, the child has been removed over 2 years, as of March 26th, 2022. I have significant concerns on the issue of whether or not there's been a benefit to the services that Ms. Demansky has undertaken. Part of that, frankly, is not for lack of effort, I think, but simply understanding better challenges that she faces. And I think that psychological evaluation hopefully will be able to give us some insight into that as well. And we'll be able to hopefully get a better idea of what that looks like for her moving forward. And I have to balance that with the concerns expressed by the department as well as the guardian ad litem on permanency and stability. This child is very accustomed to being in this home, clearly, and is growing rapidly, meeting his developmental milestones, making memories, and bonding very strongly. For those reasons and the reasons expressed by Ms. Thomas and Ms. Berger, I will agree that adoption remains the appropriate goal in this case. There's been a significant delay in the termination trial, but that has really been at the request of Ms. Demansky and the credit of the advocacy of Mr. Mawad on her behalf in asking for those and asking for more services, and to the credit of the department for continuing to facilitate those opportunities for her. But nevertheless, we have to look at the age of the case. And adoption is the appropriate goal at this time for this child. We'll come back and revisit that with the conclusion of the trial in conjunction with our next review and permanency planning hearing. In the meantime, the child will remain placed with his family members. That is the safest and least restrictive under the circumstances. Ms. Domanski obviously remains in the care and custody of the Illinois County Jail. Her anticipated release date is prior to our next review hearing. We still have the termination trial pending. There's been a significant break in any contact she's had with her child. And at this point, that suspension of hearing time is going to remain in place until we come back and resolve the testimony as it relates to the trial. And Mr. Aaron Schmidt's rights have been terminated, so he's not available nor advocating for himself or reunification. Unless there's any questions, that's really all for today. There's not much for me to say at this juncture.
Thank you.